through optics, meeting people carrying AKs, RPGs, things like that. That's just common sense. Now, should they have been killed? No. There clearly should have been better coordination.
Tiny point of clarification there, Gunny. I don't believe there were any small arms in the frame when they identified those people, but there was no guns. There was a camera, a video camera.
All right, but the aircrew believed that they were looking at insurgents. So yeah. Well, look, you know, it goes back to the old line. If you think you can do better, all right, sign up, get amongst it. And there will be.
And I did, but the key is this. That I think, Gunny, what this was a mistake that the U.S. Army probably should have dealt with themselves. Collateral killing that they should have dealt with themselves, but it wasn't, and he got a hold of it and he released it. So it kind of meets the test of whistleblowing that Tim talked about before, but the rest of the release of all the other material that heavily embarrassed the United States was, what they're really, really on about, I believe. But this would have heavily embarrassed the United States. But I totally agree with you that air crew believed they were interdicting insurgents, and that air crew would be totally. I don't care how they talk, because I've been in rough jobs too, and I understand that you get very crass about things, and you talk in ways that you wouldn't if you were back home with your mom, for sure.
Yeah, and there's a time and a place for whistleblowing. If you're in possession of the full facts and it's genuinely wrong, and you've gone through the COC and you've made your concerns known, and it's getting absolutely nowhere, and it fundamentally breaches what we used to call the Super Six, loyalty, honesty, integrity, respect for others, etc., and you feel you're getting nowhere, there are mechanisms in place to go through that. I get what you're saying about it was improperly handled by the US military. We had a Royal Marine sergeant who did time, and the British Army chronically mishandled what was, I would say, was a mercy killing. His language, again, contextually, if you haven't served, you could look at it and go, how utterly inappropriate to carry out a battlefield execution and say, time to shuffle off this mortal coil, you beep. Then he was put up for a court-martial, and the court-martial was, in my opinion, pretty much rigged by non-Teeth Arms personnel. Then it comes out that this senior NCO had been under tremendous pressure. The patrol base had been in constant contact for ages. They'd gone a little bit feral due to failures of higher command. The guy had been assessed by the team medic as being unrecoverable. They couldn't medevac him out, and he was going to lie there and he was going to die extremely slowly. Now, if it had been handled that way, and if he hadn't said what he had and said, look, we agree, guys, team medic, is he gonna, yeah, boss, he's just going to bleed out, and no one's going to get to him. All right, this is my call. I will make it. Just for the record, anyone who's recording this, I've decided that to put this guy out because he's going to suffer too much. Probably would have gone the other way. Contextually, language, time to shuffle off this mortal coil, think. And the guy went down. So yeah, I would agree. The military have got an extremely bad track record. But again, because we're so scared of, because of the encroachment of civilian workplace accountability, sometimes it feels like the military is scared of their own shadow, and aren't willing to come out and say, hey, at the end of the day, our job is to stick bayonets in people and blow people up.
I think there's another example of that, Gunny, where I can't remember exactly when it was, but there was a controversy, predictably enough, in The Guardian about this is an extreme example of the actual language that blokes in, I think it was Lashkar, were using in combat. And there was a video that came out of, I can't remember which unit it was, I think it was Army. They were literally in their fob on the top of their HESCO, firing at a Taliban attack, and they were calling them Paki bastards, right? For those of you not familiar with British slang, Paki is a moderately offensive term for Pakistani and by extension people from the Middle East, Islamic world, India, etc. It's it's not quite an M bomb. In fact, it's quite a long way from an N bomb, but it's not exactly a friendly term. And these soldiers were using that term to describe the enemy as they were literally shooting at them. And this was spun into a controversy by the press, and was, they kind of SJW'd it into this story about institutional racism in the British Army or some nonsense like that. And you just think, guys, take a step back. Do you think the Taliban cared more about fruity language being used, or do you think they cared more about the 5.56 rounds that were incoming? Like what's the priority here? It's fine to kill people as long as you don't call them nasty names in the process. Like, just the whole thing was just utterly ridiculous, and it was a pure example of context collapse, where these guys were literally in combat using language that their unit culture found acceptable, and we have people second guessing them because it's not very pleasant. It was preposterous.
There's a fine line, though. You can talk from a military perspective, but that helicopter shot, they didn't identify a gun. They just shot a whole lot of civilians and then double tapped them when the people came and tried to help, and killed a whole lot of kids. So I don't know how you can defend it. I don't care about the speech, the unprofessionalism that caused what's close to a war crime. I don't care if the guy's got PTSD. Get him off the line. We've got the same problem here in Australia with our SAS, and to say, oh, well, you're too politically correct if you're going to try and hold them to our standards. If we don't hold them to our standards, we just become like Russians. We've got SAS guys here in Australia walking around with Nazi flags on their Jeeps. They've got Confederate flags, which I guess you all know what that means, and they're all being convicted or going to court for murdering in cold blood civilians, right? Just shooting them dead, throwing them off cliffs, and that's you just end up being as bad. For one thing, you make more terrorists and more people that want to kill you. I can't fathom this. Oh, well, if you want to go do it, I don't want to do it. But if someone's going to do it in my country's name, I want them to stick by the rules of lawful engagement and not murder people. So, yeah, there's a fine line between saying, oh, well, let the military go and just let them do what they do, and who are you to be a civilian to try and hold on to that? You end up becoming like the Russians with that kind of attitude,
hold on a minute, mate. I'd just like to counter that. So, first of all, every year in the British Army, you used to go through something called MATs and WIPs, and that covered everything from responsible use of alcohol, anti-drug policy, all the way through to law of armed conflict, values and standards, which was really pushed as a senior NCO and a junior NCO. You go through multiple courses called command leadership modules, and you are taught not just about war fighting, but basic management, respect in the workplace, all of those kind of things. Now, you're talking about this like it's binary, like what appeared to be a battlefield execution was actually a mercy killing, and then the Australian Special Forces and the Breton Report, was it? And they're being identified war crimes, right? But that's not saying that I believe that a battlefield execution, a mercy killing, was warranted, and a helo crew that had been continuously flying sorties saw a group of people. They've been shot at every single day, made a mistake, and were duly investigated for it. And the Australian SAS driving around with Nazi symbols on the uniform and carrying out unlawful executions. Right? Nobody's saying, mate, nobody's saying that the military should just have free run, because if that was the case, the British Army would have been running around executing prisoners and cutting off heads on ops over the past 50 years. We don't do that. The reason that we don't do that is because we're superbly trained. We adhere to the Geneva Convention in virtually every instance, although it being an organization that recruits from society, inevitably you are a reflection of society, and people will get in, and you can't train out their personal their personal failures. But as a rule, that's what we do. But we're talking about that line between getting criticized every single day for absolutely everything and outright failures in command that result in illegal acts. Now, as a rule, militaries, Western militaries, are pretty good at it. All right. Yeah, I know Abu Ghraib. All right. But the Americans duly investigated that, and people did go down for it. A classic failure of command that permeated downwards and gave individuals with some personal issues free rein to abuse prisoners. But it was addressed. All right, but you're kind of mixing and matching here, and saying, well, you know, the military have to be a whiter than white and carry out everything in accordance with the law, and the battlefield ain't like that. It's just not. And there will be honest mistakes, and there will be bad apples who do bad things. But to say, well, you know, if you don't do it, you're comparable to the Russians, I'd take offence at that. 24 years done. I don't know about you, Tim.
No, if the SAS soldiers have thrown guys off cliffs, they've shot people in the back and shot people while surrendering. You wait till the court cases come out and see if you agree with it. Now, what I do agree with is that on par, Western militaries are far more professional than any other military. And if America had wanted to win in Afghanistan, they could have, if they'd used, you know, Russian tactics. They could have just bombed every village, kept moving through the place, killed everyone in there, you know, moved their own men in, bought it, opened it up, whatever. You know, if they'd used Russian tactics in half their battle wars, which is, you know, despicable, they probably would have won them. But they've got rules of engagement that mean they try and minimise civilian casualties and deaths, and that is one of the things that a Western military will try and achieve. But, you know, but obviously there's going to be things on the thing.
You will execute people. You will have instances of people being executed whilst trying to surrender. In 1982, I think it was Mount Longdon, there were Argentine soldiers trying to surrender, and they were bayoneted. Now, there was talk of prosecutions, but a very well-renowned, I can't remember his name, a very well-renowned psychiatrist had done a study. And he said, well, the bottom line is there's a thing called battle psychosis. And what happens is when you're subjected as a soldier in particular to extreme stress and endangerment of life, and you have been trained to kill, this psychosis can overtake people, and essentially it's battle lust. And even though these guys were screaming, surrender, surrender, and had their hands up, they ended up on the point of a bayonet. Now, this is arguably a fact of life. This has happened throughout war. It happened in the Second World War. It happened during the Malaya emergency. It's just one of those things. You might not like it, but that's why I think we come back to the point that combat, unless you've experienced it, and I haven't cleared a trench. You know, I've not cleared a 4-story building and thrown grenades into every room, but having been in for 24 years, I fully understand that as it is a job as no other, there are going to be instances where the Geneva Convention is not adhered to. And often it's because people are simply bastards. But sometimes it's just because that environment does very strange things to people. And that's what you see post-war with PTSD, stuff like that. You know, that's why I keep banging on. It's an environment, unless you've experienced I think it's very easy to sit on your high chair and look down and judge. Okay.
To round that off a little bit, it is difficult to sit and judge that stuff, and that's why we rely on the military command structure to judge that stuff. And as Aaron said, those cases where we've identified that they're going to prosecution, and they'll hopefully be dealt with in a judicial manner, and any appropriate punishment provided. And I'll note that they're doing that. They do that in particular in Australia, and I applaud our investigation and prosecution of people who are found to do war crimes, such that the other country can't take us to the ICC over it because we do recognize the ICC, and you avoid going to the ICC if you take care of these things yourself. And that's the point that Aaron and Edward were kind of making in relation to the Apache helicopter incident, because that is an incident that even the casual viewer looking at it can tell that there are no weapons in there. They clearly do go back to get more, and they kill the children. So it's the sort of thing that you would hope would come out after an investigation and prosecution on the American side. It didn't, and that's the thing that gave WikiLeaks its cachet at the time. I would argue myself that actually was a whistleblower incident, because there was no evidence of any investigation going on before or after the release of that. And only when Chelsea Manning started feeding information and the Russians got involved to help feed more information did WikiLeaks really go off the rail. I don't know exactly when Julian Assange got out of being involved in that, but there was. Here's the problem: a guy got who was kind of right-minded about things at the time got so misused by other people that it was very unfortunate in that incident. But that's, I mean, why we're still talking about it. But I think he should be tried down here, and we shouldn't hold our military to the same standard of behavior or language or anything. And that's why we expect the military, as I'll bet Gunny and Tim can point out, regularly do and punish bad behavior of all types, including war crimes. And I just hope that that continues on, because the Western liberal democracies are led by civilian governments, or led by civilian chief executives, and it's an expectation we put on all of ourselves as a burden to going to war, because we recognize there should be rules to everything. And it's the sort of stuff we continually decry from the side of Russia, who commits war crimes on soldiers and civilians wantonly every place they've been in Ukraine. And I think that's where we're at.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got a couple of things to add to that. Aaron, I mean, what I'm talking about here, I don't want to speak for Gunny, but what I'm talking about here is purely a question of institutional culture and context, right? So when I say that things seem unprofessional from the outside, that is because they need to be understood in the sociological context of the units in which they occurred. And I think it is, shall we say, the way very tight-knit groups of men behave does not necessarily behave among themselves in private, does not necessarily have any bearing on the professionalism of their conduct, particularly in combat. And I think that's very important to understand. When it comes to leaking, I mean, like I said, I sympathize with the guy who stumbles across, in the course of his work in sensitive areas of government, stumbles across a piece of evidence of a particular event that he feels was wrong and he feels was not dealt with properly. Now, there is a chain of command for that. There are political mechanisms for that. Ultimately, if you're frustrated by those, I can understand the mindset that would lead somebody to leak specific pieces of information about specific events. What Chelsea Manning did was leak 750,000 classified documents. Now, that's not discrimination. That's not somebody having a crisis of conscience over particular events and saying, oh, wow, gosh, this is, what we did here was wrong and nobody's doing anything about it. I'm going to talk to this journalist about it. No, what he did was he took an enormous amount of data and gave it to the Russians, right? So I can't see that as excusable. Of course, you're going to turn up evidence of wrongdoing. The US has an $800 billion budget. The US military is active in every single corner of the world. Of course, it's going to have malevolent actors within the military. It's going to make mistakes. If you leak that amount of information, you're going to uncover some pretty horrible ones. But this is not excusable to my mind. This is just dumping enormous amounts of stuff on the internet is not a public service. even if it does uncover wrongdoing. It's just treason. It's just harming the interests of your country deliberately to the advantage of an enemy. Like that's what it is. There's no other way of looking at it. Like, this was not targeted. This was not discriminatory. This was just treason on an enormous scale, as evidenced by the sheer amount of information that this person released.
Well,
right?
and
It's
evidenced by the
inexcusable.
conviction that he got, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So there is a situation in which I can understand somebody has a crisis of conscience, but leaking an archive like that is not a crisis of conscience, in my view. But we have another speaker up. Tough, welcome to the panel.
Hi, you guys. This is really interesting, and I'm so impressed with how everybody is presenting their thoughts, and everyone's right. It seems like everyone's got an accurate statement. So as I'm listening, I'm thinking, what's the common denominator here? What's really going on? Right? Because we now are seeing our world is being destroyed by these war machines, these warmongers in high places that send our citizens, I don't want to use the word citizens, send our people, our boys to war for stupid, fake reasons. And the theater is run in ways of truth and also delusions and fakery.
Sorry to interrupt, Tuff. Can you clarify that a little? Can you give specific examples of fake reasons?
Yeah. So my ex-husband served in Afghanistan and Iraq. I heard things he said when he came back about his frustration with the brass, and, just setting them up for failure. I've heard other soldiers say the same thing, that there was shenanigans going on with opium trade going on, that they were just serving higher up people to transport weapons or gold or drugs, and putting them in dangerous situations to play out a false narrative. And they knew it, and they just had to play along. Like they would be told, the enemy's over there, but you can't attack them. We all know these things, right? There's so many examples of what Cheney did to manipulate retaliation, but they couldn't bomb certain oil areas. And I'm not an expert in this, you guys are, but I'm just saying that there's, just like Vietnam, they weren't allowed to win. So imagine the frustration that builds up in their minds as they're afraid that they could be killed through mines, or children with bombs strapped to them. So they're paranoid of what they're walking through, as the puppet masters are not letting them act in a way to their best interest. And so they must start in their inner circle to start to create their own sense of reality and ways to survive among the citizens that could be the enemy. They could be friends. They just don't know what they're dealing with. So it's a lack of truth. That's the common denominator, is the lack of truth goes up to such a high level of our governments lying to us, deceiving us, killing us, poisoning us. And then when they come home, they're not treated well. And so I think here we are debating about these whistleblowers and how many documents they released. And of course, it puts our troops in danger. But why are we not questioning the far worse evil problem behind all of this? You know what I'm saying?
Well, to jump in on that, we do have. Sorry, I'll go to you in a second. We do have, a lot of this narrative about how Western foreign policy in the last 20 years has been an unmitigated disaster, is based on the false premise that there has been no self-examination of these actions, right? It's not like the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan were uncontroversial, right? There was a colossal amount of controversy. There was a colossal amount of debate. There was a very, very delicate policies, multiple changes of high-level command, multiple changes of strategy. It's it's not like these things were just monolithic, top-down, inflexible, showers of whatever. This was a very delicate thing. I see Gunny's got his hand up and M wants to jump in, so I'll leave you two to fight it out.
I'll tell you what, I'll go first, and then Em will probably have far more intellectual stuff to add to this. Look, tough. You live in a democracy, all right? And your armed forces serve the will of your elected government, your elected representatives. Have you ever seen an election process in the West where someone's IQ, someone running for office, their IQ was tested? No. Right, what do? We go out, we go to the ballot box, and we vote in invariably through loyalty to a specific party or someone who is promising cream today. All right, they will be interviewed on TV, and a lot of the time, the questions they're asked, they will answer back with, "Well, let me ask you another question." If you ever watch something about politics, watch Yes Minister or Yes Prime Minister, and you'll see how it works. The electorate, many of the electorate are uninformed about world events. Many of the electorate are uninformed about domestic events. Many of the electorate just want their holiday once a year, money to pay the rent or the mortgage, food and drink on the table, and the ability to go out on a Friday night. And they don't care. They don't care what happens globally. They think it has no impact on them. Right? There are people who won't even know where Ukraine is, who are completely ignorant of it. But we give them the vote because we live in a democratic society. So when we elect these people, right, and we engage in foreign policy, frequently we enter operations because the person who we elected is a bit stupid. And that is the basic problem. We, the military, right, you serve elected representatives who are not particularly switched on, who often lack moral courage and refuse. They lack the moral courage to face off against bullies. And what happens with bullies, if you don't face off against them and you don't go toe to toe with them, they end up doing nasty things. And on the global stage, that means that we have to play catch up. A good example of that is Russia. They've got away with so much for so long, bullying everyone, and now we are facing the repercussions of that. And good Ukrainians are dying because our elected representatives failed on the world stage. That's my opinion.
Well, can I answer back on what you're saying?
I'd like to go to M first, please, because he was next. Okay. Thank you, Tough. M, welcome up.
Good morning. Tough.
All evil. Ooh. All evil. Ooh. Not caring about your fellow man. The lack of love. What do you think? Good answer?
No. You know what? Because you said we have to address first the source of all that evil, and you didn't expand on that. So I would really love to get an answer for what you were going to say earlier before Gunny jumped in and told you exactly how things happen in real life.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of the Cheney, Dick Cheney, the Bush family, the war machine.
This is not a space about that. We are talking about.
No,
Amelia, please don't jump in. We do have a system of hands here.
Okay.
So if you'd like to say something, please stick your hand up. We will get to you.
Oh my God. Whatever. Yes.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work like that. What Gunny said is pretty much what happens. People elect politicians. And the politicians usually have political appointees, and you have research centers, and you have think tanks, and you have political parties, and you have special interest groups lobbying and advancing policy. It's just human beings making mistakes. It's all about realizing when they are making a mistake, self-correcting the mistake, and the people having the power to hold them accountable for their mistakes. And I'll leave it to you, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's as I've said, as Gunny said, and now as Em said, policy, particularly foreign policy, is a very much a multifaceted stone. It does have a lot of moving parts. It reaches decisions that are not necessarily good decisions, not necessarily rational decisions, but ultimately the organs of liberal democracy are the best thing we have. And yeah, sure, there are politicians and actors within the system that we oppose on an ideological basis, perhaps even on a moral basis. But the idea that there is this kind of overarching evil to it all, I don't think that bears any kind of scrutiny. I think that's essentially a conspiracy theory. And I don't mean
hang
that
on.
in the good sense.
Well, do you mind if I follow up with what I know?
That's why we
Oh,
have all that equipment.
Amelia, if you do that again, I'm going to boot you off the panel. Please do not just jump in. We do have a system of hands. We will get to you. Thank you very much. Tough.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with the Carlyle Group?
Yes, as a private equity company.
Do you know how they relate to the Bush family?
Oh my God, shut it down, Tim. Thank you so much for your contribution. Tough.
So let me just quickly add before Tough. The problem that you've got here is you're talking about things like you rattle off a number of things in Iraq and the world that you claim to have got from your husband and identified all these levels of corruption and illegal acts, none of which there's any evidence for. What I'd encourage you to do is, if you believe you have evidence of a crime or of a major conspiracy, you really ought to gather that information together in a comprehensible and concise manner and present that to somebody who could actually bring a case to trial over it, because you're describing criminal acts which there is no obvious evidence of. And I'm very wary about even giving airtime to somebody bringing up conspiracies for which there's no demonstrable evidence that would oftentimes be obvious and would have been picked up by somebody.
No, this is a big story. It's not. I'm not making this up. This is well-known stuff. I'm surprised you guys you're questioning.
Well, that's the thing. Tim's incredibly well read. Doman's incredibly well read. M's incredibly well read. So's Gunny. If none of these guys have ever heard of it, I'm just having a hard time understanding.
We all know about the Carlyle Group, but it's not what people think. There's no conspiracy between the Carlyle Group and the Dick Cheney and.
No, I'm talking about the stuff on the battlefield in Iraq. I agree with you on the Carlyle Group. I know about. And look,
what about the Erickson report?
So yes, I am familiar with the Erickson report and Carlyle Group. I just don't, as Tim said and M said, believe it paints the conspiracy you're talking about. Big companies act in their self-interest, and politicians act in their self-interest. But there are, in large part, correct checks and balances for these things, and they don't. The key is, it's very difficult to keep secrets that are as big as what you're talking about, and they just don't bear up unless there's evidence to demonstrate what you're talking about.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Carlyle Group story. Carlyle Group is an American private equity firm. It's quite a high-profile private equity firm. It does invest in all sorts of things. One thing it doesn't really invest in very much is defense. Versus other private equity firms of a similar size and pedigree, it actually has a relatively small position in defense companies. I think the biggest hole in this story, that it was all about money, is the fact that war is never profitable, right? There is this kind of, there is this, Amelia, I'm not going to warn you again, please, hands up. There is
I only said word costly. Thank you. I am leaving. Good night.
Damn right you're leaving. Okay. So there is this kind of distributed conspiracy that war happens predominantly for financial reasons. It has its roots in a kind of materialist Marxist understanding of how the world works, which is it's not a terrible theory, but it doesn't really bear scrutiny, because in reality there are far more moving parts than that. And the biggest point of failure in that theory is that war generally isn't profitable for the countries and the economies that fight them. And if you're going to link that to the Carlyle Group, well, you'd be better off choosing a private equity firm that actually has a decent sized position in the defense business, put it that way. Would you say that's fair, Em? Am I still here? Have I still got audio?
You are, and
Yeah,
I thought you weren't talking to me.
All right. Okay, so we've got a few hands. I believe Edward was first. Edward.
Yeah, just, in 2014, when Russia invaded Crimea and Donbass, I was totally gutted by the response from Western countries. It was a bit tepid, obviously, and yeah, my belief in the United States took a massive dip when that occurred, because it was so obvious. And yeah, I felt really, really sorry for Ukraine at that stage, because it had just got the monkey off its back of an oppressive government, and Putin took advantage of it. And Tuff, you mentioned a description of evil. It was pretty well described by the Nuremberg lawyers, an American lawyer. He said evil is pretty much the lack of empathy. That's what he noted about the defendants. And yeah, I don't buy into the conspiracy theories of money, like Tim said. It's more political. I mean, war is an extension of politics, and power grabs, land grabs. Yeah, it's history's full of it, and it was very obvious, and we didn't do enough in 2014. And I hope we're making amends.
Couldn't agree more, Edward. JP Doyle, welcome. Another Aussie, fantastic.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me okay? I'm driving.
Yeah, you probably speak a bit slowly because you're a little bit, you've got a little bit of interference there, but yeah, you're fine.
Okay, no worries. Just a few things. I've been listening. I'm on a long road trip. I've been listening for a few hours. I waited till I got to Canberra because I knew they had pretty solid internet here and it wouldn't drop out. So the Hawkeye, they had issues with the brakes of the vehicle, and it's not fully certified yet. And they were, I think when the Ukrainians asked for it about 8 months ago the first time, they got a couple of blank stares going, well, hang on, we haven't, that's not actually an operational vehicle yet. So their ambassador said, well, we'll take it anyway and we'll tell you whether it works or not, which was a fair comment. But I think now they're just asking, because it's a current production vehicle from the Bendigo factory in Victoria, as other speakers have said. So I think what they want is more of a, like old equipment, they want current equipment coming straight off the production line. And yeah, I don't know where the government's going to go with this, because as that other speaker said, there's been a change of government since the initial Bushmaster grant, and the new guys rely on Greens and other minor parties to get legislation through, so they're not as free to give stuff as the prior government were. What other thing was there? 155mm shells. We've got 2 or 3 factories in Australia that make them, and I think on the hush that they're pretty much supplying Ukraine with those at the moment. And somebody else mentioned the intelligence leak. The grade of the intel was secret. It wasn't top secret. I believe there are maybe a couple of top secret documents scattered in there. But Jake Bro on YouTube, if you have a look at him, he's knowledgeable about security ratings and what that earlier speaker described. The English chap was a positively vetted top secret rating, which is not necessarily the category this stuff was. It was lower than that. It was further down the tree. And for that reason, the people who would have access to it would not necessarily be your top people, your most, your people that you've vetted the best. That probably explains how it got out, but my personal opinion is it's an operation mincemeat. It's a complete fabrication. It's disinformation, and it's good disinformation. And that's about it. That's my comments on topics over the last 3 hours. Back to you.
Thanks, JP. Really, thanks a lot for calling in and listening, and for your Bon Scott profile. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't know if I think Gunny. I mean, I don't normally admit this in public, but I think Gunny's probably possibly the most right here in that it probably is a misinformation campaign, possibly started because they found a leaker or a potential leaker, and they decided to go ahead and use them because there's just too many things that don't line up for it to be a valid leak. But yeah, great. We love a bit of disinformation, and if Russia believes that incels seeking attention are going to bring home classified material and share it with their buddies in a wargaming chat room and not be found out, because that might be the way it happens in Russia, and they buy into that and the whole disinformation, that's probably great. The key to this whole thing, JP, I think, is the fact that regardless of whether it was real, not real, disinformation, major action, I don't think it affects anything that much. The content of it is just not anything in there that's going to be substantive to Russia, winning the war, I guess would be my call. Tim, you got another opinion on that, or to close out JP's comments, or on to Edward?
No, I think you covered just about everything. I just do want to point out that that JP is a bit of a hero. When an Australian says they're taking a pretty long drive, like that means like 2 weeks of driving, basically. So well done, JP, and keep going. Drink lots of coffee and pee in a bottle.
Yeah, it's 600 Ks. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
That's a good day's work, JP.
Absolutely. I had an Australian friend come to visit me in Tallinn, and he drove up from he landed in London, hired a car, took it across on the train, and then drove up from France all the way to Tallinn. Made a kind of road trip out of it, and he said, it's amazing here in Europe. You can drive for 6 hours and go across 4 countries. In Australia, you drive for 6 hours, you don't even leave the town of Kuala Beluga Springs. The distances are really quite something. So well done, JP. I think it was Bearded Brit next, and then Edward. I think I've got the order of hands correct there. Bearded Brit, welcome up.
Hello, everyone. My comment. Look at where we are now. Listen to the discourse. I see this as a distraction. It's dominating the news cycle. Is it deflection? Maybe. By whom or what? We'll find out. But if I remain focused on what's about to happen, and I do a bit of a question 3-4 moment, which is, in light of this information, how does that impact me? And therefore, what do I now have to do to correct, if anything? If I take a helicopter view of this, I say, what changes operationally for us? It's a view.
Thank you, Bearded Brit. Did you have takes on those questions, or were you asking us questions? Or sorry, I didn't quite follow that.
Yeah, it's more a comment, really, that if this is about dominating news cycle for whatever reason, how does that affect my plan operationally of what's about to be unleashed on the Russians? And just trying to stay dry on the matter without going down rabbit holes of coral groups and whatever. So what? What changes for me if I'm in that planning cycle?
That's a Gunny question. What do you reckon about that, Gunny?
Oh, I think the op plan the Ukrainians would have come up with, and they will have finalised a plan now. I think they'll be tinkering with it. Obviously, I don't know if you both agree, but probably the relevant battalions, brigades would have. They'll now have a outline of what the mission's going to be. They'll be starting their prep for it. There'll be some tinkering with it. Any leaks that come out that suggest that they have information about the Ukrainian op plan, I think are nonsense. I think it's absolute rubbish. Will NATO be in on it? Yeah, I think there's probably a very senior NATO advisor working on in the command cell, giving assistance, not directing it, but a source of counsel. How we would do things, what we see potential pitfalls, how we can help them. I think the thing's been firmed up. Will this leak affect it? No, not at all. I think the claims are becoming more outrageous. I would expect to see more and more stuff. I mean, this guy seems to have access to pretty much global US defense policy, which is in itself remarkable. It's just I think there'll be more stuff coming out. I think the UK MOD's response to it was measured, but a polite way of saying bollocks. To be honest with you, this thing about, as I said earlier, the RC-135. If the Russians had tried to shoot down an RAF RC-135, I think we'd have seen a much firmer response from NATO. So, yeah, I personally, I think they're good to go. I think they're good to go. I don't know anything about tanks. Bearded, you do. I think now it's more a case of weather, tinkering around with the plan, maybe seeing what the Russian dispositions are. But I think there is probably a clock. Every trench that's dug, every anti-tank obstacle that's put in place, every tank that's put in a shell scrape is just going to make things just that tiny bit harder. So I think they're probably on a clock. I think the meteorological officers are probably working quite hard now to look for not just the initial window, but the window for sustained operations post punch through. And of course, the longer, I think I'd be right in saying, the longer that you're in your marshalling areas, the more chance there is that maybe a Russian SF team, or they get lucky with a satellite, something like that, and then they find out where your jump off points are. So yeah, will it affect things? No, I think we're just waiting now, patiently. And it feels to me like that pregnant pause before the off in 91, to be honest with you. Are we going to see shock and awe? Probably in miniature. Our munition is going to have been stacked up, ready for a sustained campaign to knock back Russian air defenses, etc., kill their artillery. Yeah, it's going to be quite dramatic. But everyone just be patient. I think just be patient. It's coming. But you don't rush these things, and military ops are not carried out according to the MriyaReport's expectations. And because it's getting harder to fill hours, they'll go when they're ready. And then we will be really, really busy. And a lot of us are going to be on our phones 24/7 and getting evil looks from our spouses.
There's been
Not me.
sorry to jump in. There's been some kind of CIA-backed coup here because Doman is now in my co-host spot. Yeah, good luck. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss, as the Russians say. Yeah, I would say to that. I mean, I find it difficult to believe that Ukrainian operational planning in that much detail is shared with the NATO chain of command. And I find it, as Gunny says, maybe there are specific liaison officers, specific advisors who have access to that sort of thing. But I find it highly unlikely that those plans, even if they are shared, would make it into a kind of tri-service briefing in the Department of Defense. Like it just seems highly improbable, simply because, need to know basis, right? They don't need to know. What do you reckon, Gunny?
Yeah, I think one of the documents said 5 US submarines. That's one of the first alarm bells that started ringing for me. I think it says something like 4 SSNs, 1 SSGN, so one cruise missile land attack boat, and some nukes. These submarine operations pretty compartmented. Would that be information even for a general briefing? Just numbers? No. 5 boats sounds an awful lot. There are a lot of NATO allies in the Mediterranean. Yeah, there was an SSGN there. I think it was USS Miami. That's 162 Tomahawk land attack. But she went off station. Probably another one in there now. But submarine ops as a general briefing, does a 2-star general really need to know what submarines are knocking about? Probably in a briefing for Ukraine land and air ops? Nah, I don't think so. That was one of the things that kind of warmed me off. But yeah, I think in a few years we might find out that there was a fairly senior officer attached to the Ukrainian planning cell. But as you say, I think that's more a case of what can we do? We can give you these capabilities if you so want them. And we're tight. The Ukrainian military and NATO, or some of NATO, are pretty tight. I suspect he'll probably be an American or a Brit, or maybe both. And they will seek counsel on it. But yeah, they're actual in detail, kind of down to battalion level. Yeah, I agree. I don't think. Why would we need to? I think common sense and good practice would dictate you keep your op plan. Fewer people who know about it, less chance there is of someone getting hold of it, isn't there? It's the old a secret only remains a secret until you tell someone else, and then the danger of your secret being common knowledge multiplies according to the number of people who know about it. So yeah, we will see. It's frustrating. But just counsel yourself that if it's frustrating for us, imagine being Ukrainian. They're people. They've got people on the wrong side of the line dying, civilians, and they are chomping at the bit. And these Ukrainian brigades will be chomping at the bit to get amongst it and start hurting people and breaking stuff. So if we're a little bit frustrated, just imagine what the boys and girls are like in the marshalling areas, doing prep on the wagons, bombing up the vehicles. They're going to want to get going, and because there's nothing worse than that waiting, is there, guys? It's the worst bit. It's just waiting for the off.
Yeah, I haven't seen any videos yet of any Ukrainian soldiers with big backpacks like we saw Kharkiv and Kherson. Just going to Bearded's point, about does it make any difference? Yeah, I agree. I don't think it does. JP Doyle, the Australian guy driving for the last few hours. Look, man, the government, I don't think the government is divided on Ukraine. They don't need any green support in that area, because the main opposition is in pretty much lockstep with whatever needs to be done, whatever support needs to happen. Will might flesh it out a bit more, but it's pretty good, I feel. Always can be better, like everywhere in the world. Yeah.
Well, I think one thing that's worth noting is, say you've not seen people with big backpacks yet. We didn't see them in those other cases until 2 days after operations began. That's kind of when the first
Yeah.
when the first videos came out. So all you're saying is that we can guess that if anything's going on, it hasn't been going on for more than 48 hours at this point, and then move that along, shuffle that along, right, by minutes and minutes. Right. Cheers, Edward. Good morning, all. Bearded bread.
Yes, just to sort of reinforce Gunny's point, and thinking about stuff and flowing it through pipelines. This plan has been a long time in the making, and the Allies have been feeding the pipeline with the required kit. Now I think we're at a stage where things are coming together, and that pipeline is now feeding intelligence, information, fine-tuning and tweaking, and updating the plan so it can be finessed. I always recall whenever you went into big operational planning meetings or orders, you get the big picture, and then you generally discuss no more than 2 up from your position. So if you're at a battle group level, you'll understand brigade and the concept of operations at division, stuff like that. That ensures some form of OPSEC that people know just enough, just in time, and that maintains operational security. And it's good that we are sitting in our lazy boys pontificating, because we just don't know for sure.
And that's really the good thing, isn't it? It's a good thing that the only people who know for sure are a very, very appropriately limited number of people in Ukraine primarily, and then possibly a couple, probably a few elsewhere. Right? What did we hear after Eastern Kharkiv? That it's been gamed out with various Western partners, with various from various Western militaries, which probably helped with the whole thing. You know what would have helped even more? 500 extra trucks. Tim?
Yeah, I've got a question for, as we've got so many really, really elderly British soldiers on the panel, well, specifically 2, carrying stuff around. Now, this is a bit of a segue. So if we don't want to move on to this, if we don't want to move topics, please do interrupt me.
Keep on.
Okay.
Yeah. Stay on this. I want to hear how they respond to your elderly colleagues.
Okay, so carrying stuff around. Now, the way we train in the British Army in the field is the start of every exercise, unless you've got sexy stuff like air assets and things like that, or if you're a light unit, then the start of just about every exercise involves you putting everything in an enormous backpack and walking a long way and then making camp somewhere. So doing a platoon harbor. I don't know if this is a doctrinal expectation of that actually happening in a war, or if it's just to make you wet, miserable, and tired. Could be a bit of both. As I understand it, the history of this sort of thing dates back to the Falklands, and there was the doctrinal expectation before the Falklands was that people wouldn't really have to walk very far, and they certainly wouldn't have to carry all of their stuff while walking a long way. Hence, 58 pattern webbing, the hilariously named large pack, which was not really big enough to fit a sleeping bag into. Not a bad way of carrying your stuff around, but there just wasn't really enough volume in the whole webbing system to carry what you need to carry to live in the field, because that was not the expectation. The expectation was there would be a baggage train or air assets delivering stuff around. Falklands, the air assets went down on the Atlantic conveyor, so the guys had to suck it up. Now, after that, the British Army got quite serious about ways to carry stuff, and you had things like Bergens coming out, large backpacks where you could fit all of your stuff, and the training changed as well. So I believe that the concept of tabbing, yomping, whatever you want to call it, dates from the Falklands as a kind of fitness, as a kind of aspect of military fitness. Now, is my understanding correct? And when it comes to Ukraine, are we seeing this idea borne out in reality, is there an expectation that blokes will have to walk quite a long way carrying all their stuff to get to a particular fob and then fight from there? So it's kind of a question for Bearded Brit and or Gunny, or both.
Okay, here we go. I spent the majority of my time having my weapon system carry me, which has some advantages, but also many disadvantages. However, some of the time I was actually dismounted doing other stuff. The way I look at what do we think is going to happen in Ukraine, I think there is a grounding in the training that they have been given that includes the yomping with weight. For those of you in the UK, I highly recommend watching BBC Three's Stacey Dooley Investigates, and she spends some time with 400 members of Ukraine's citizen army going through their initial training in the UK, where they get soaking wet through and all the difficulties and distastes. The Ukraine are going to use maneuver. I think a good solid grounding in basic survival and the ability to yomp if needed, carrying kit, is within every soldier's purview. But I think in what we're going to see, it's going to be about maneuver, using the host of vehicles they've got. Gunny, did you yomp across Sunny Bridge at all?
Can you give us 2 minutes, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is this doctrinal understanding that the British Army established at the Falklands that, you know, you shouldn't base your entire military's mobility, especially personal, relatively short distance unit level mobility, around the availability of vehicles and aircraft. And you know, as I understand it, there's no particular shortage of vehicles in Ukraine. There is a shortage of aircraft, but you know, it's not like you can't get a Land Cruiser if you need one. So I'm just wondering if this emphasis on mobility, carrying a large amount of weight at the personal fitness level that the British Army places upon its troops, is surviving contact with a modern peer-on-peer conflict.
Well, as far as I'm aware, the British Army isn't in contact at the moment. British Army is a professional army where part of your holding yourself to a higher standard, which loops into discussions earlier, and physical fitness being part of your ethos, I think is par for the course. Ukraine to achieve their mission in compressed training training times. Think back to the Second World War. The professional armies were there to begin with, but ultimately it was citizens' armies that were taken to the minimum level required to do their task. I wouldn't say it's comparing apples to oranges, but there is a disconnect, perhaps.
I mean, that's the British Army of World War II is an interesting one to bring up, because the BEF in France, the professional corps of the British Army, or so I've read, didn't actually do PT. They didn't really have a system of, they didn't really have any emphasis or system of organized PT, except what was organized sporadically at the unit level. And so, all in all, they weren't desperately fit. Which it came as a shock to me, because you'd think they would consider that to be a basic part of soldiering, but apparently the pre World War II British Army did not. I guess we'll go back to Doman and Will while we're waiting for Gunny. I don't know.
Yeah, Bearded, jump in, and then we'll see if we have Gunny, and then we have Rich waiting for JB. Bearded.
Yes, I had a point that's completely slipped my mind because it started to rain here. Oh dear. Sorry, back to you, Delman.
Let's go to Rich.
Thanks, Don. Essentially, the question's already, or has been answered there, or effectively, Tim. I think you kind of answered it yourself. The guys that have come over, obviously, have been trained to UK standard, which is effectively, or NATO standard, which is effectively, yes, having high mobility through vehicles and all the rest of it, but having that ability to fall back and tab and basically yomp everything, a couple of clicks here and there where needed. As and when the need requires. Effectively, that's it. I don't think you're going to be seeing droves of Ukrainians with massive Bergens on, tabbing here, there, and everywhere across or wherever across Ukraine. For whatever reason, I think it'll be at certain points, and you can certainly see certain ways where they've done that, where they've assaulted certain positions and videos and stuff that are out there from that mix of mechanized and then dismounted. I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of that. If you are, then ultimately that's your fallback option. But the guys have been trained to that standard, like you said, which has come as a fallback from the Falklands, and lessons learned there for a reason. But it's not plan A. I don't think you'll be seeing a lot of heavy Bergens getting lugged across here, there, and everywhere, because ultimately you need these guys fresh, especially on the assault side of things. You need them fresh as often as possible.
Yeah, I mean, see what I'm getting at here is a kind of a slight skepticism that this concept is still relevant. I mean, it's a nice to have, but I have this sneaky suspicion that because I've not really seen videos of Ukrainian soldiers, pictures of Ukrainian soldiers in heavy order walking. You do see pictures of columns of Ukrainian soldiers going down the road, but they nearly always are in fighting order. They generally not, maybe carrying day sacks, definitely not carrying Bergens, even in situations where you need a lot of winter kit to live in the field. I mean, lacking background color on who they are and what they're doing, I guess it's difficult to make an assessment. But what I'm getting at here is this idea of being able to live out of a Bergen and travel with your Bergen and carry everything you need to survive in the field for a few days actually militarily relevant in light of what's happening in Ukraine? Or is it, I know the British Army, as you said, the British Army have been doing training in this regard, but is that just the army armying? So, right, okay, we've got 10,000 Ukrainians coming. We have to train them. What are we going to do? Let's get them wet, give them a heavy thing, and make them walk a long way. Right? It seems kind of reflexive. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do get that.
Yeah, I understand that, but actually, it's about self-reliance. It's about having the ability to endure. It's embracing the suck and owning it. It's all these glib statements which train hard, fight easy. If it ain't raining, it's not training. It's a capability that you can deploy if required. But I think there's a lot more going on there, and building self-reliance, that they can do it and they achieve something, is a firm foundation to then go on and do more complex things.
I guess in that regard, it's like foot drill, right? We still do foot drill quite seriously in the British Army, at least. And it's about building a foundation of coordination and discipline. It's not actually militarily useful.
Yeah, if it's still relevant, because otherwise, if the ideal plan A is you're moving people around mechanized, do it from there, or like you said, in short order, without having to, or combat ready, without having to lug all of your kit with you and be able to live out of your backpack, in effect. That is a fallback option. If you don't have that, then you end up reliving, or the Ukrainians will live the lessons that were learned in the Falklands that the Brits did, in which case it was utterly pointless bringing them across, because they haven't got that ability, that backup option. I don't think you're going to be seeing, like I said, it used as a plan A. It's definitely a plan B. Is it relevant? Is it needed? 100% yes, because otherwise, if the worst happens and your vehicles get taken out, you've lost a large part of your maneuverability. And that is potentially deadly, especially in terms of the more modern forms of warfare with drones and everything else that we're seeing.
Thank you very much. Gunny, you're back up.
Yeah, sorry about that work. Yeah, so 982, this thing about improved capability of marching long distances came about because the guards were kicking off because our airborne brethren and the Royal Marines were seemingly going to get all the glory, so they decided to put some guards units in. Welsh Guards springs to mind, Scots Guards, and I think I'm correct in saying their physical fitness was found to be extremely wanting because airborne and booties still put a lot of emphasis on fitness. And as I understand it, the Guards units really did not. I think the Welsh Guards have been pulled off Buck Palace. They've been pulled off rural duties as well. And there were some serious issues, by all accounts, with their ability to tab long distances. So that's kind of where it came from. Still relevant. Don't know. I wasn't on Herrick. But I would imagine physical fitness, the ability to carry 80 pounds on a patrol out of a patrol base, not exactly ideal, and fitness was absolutely key to that. Fine, it was counterinsurgency operation, but fitness was paramount. So, you know, speaking as a turbo RIMF, I would say the fitness side of it and the ability to walk long distances with heavy loads, yeah, probably still is relevant. Because you never know where you're going to end up operating next. As we said yesterday, if you'd have told the UK military in 1989 that we'd be fighting our way through Kuwait, they'd have laughed at you. If you told them in 1991 that they'd be trying to stop massacres in Yugoslavia, they'd have laughed at you. And if you'd have told them in 1995 that they would be fighting in Afghanistan, much the same as we did 100 years ago, they'd have laughed at you. So the bottom line is you never know where you're going to end up operating. And you might not have a big sand-coloured track vehicle or a wheeled vehicle. You might end up having to walk around everywhere. So, you know, reference to Ukrainian guys. No, you're not going to get them up to airborne fitness level, are you? Are they going to be able to walk a mile, 2 miles with a Bergen? Yeah, of course they will. But I doubt they'll be carrying 120 pound, probably fighting loads. So they're probably more. I suspect, I might be wrong here, more suspect that they wanted them to the fitness level where you could clear a building or clear a trench and not be on your chin strap after 30 seconds. For people who've not done it, I've done a little bit close quarter battle, even without, even carrying minimal kit, just body armor and magazines, I was blowing out my arse after about a minute. And back then I was fairly fit. It's phenomenally hard work. So I think getting them up to that kind of level, probably more important, but hopefully they'll be taxied everywhere. Russians have got a lot of artillery. That means a lot of airburst. That means that they're going to need to be under armor. So yeah, they'll have had a crash course in fitness. I've no doubt the less fit would have been weeded out. So they'll have only taken on people with a degree of fitness anyway. Would they be walking 20 miles? No, they simply didn't have time to do that. But it would have been a hard few weeks, and I have no doubt a few pounds were dropped during the period of training that they got from the cadres. So, yeah, this is why I think, you know, everyone says tanks. Great. I think infantry fighting vehicles are going to be just as important. Far better to be rested and then climb out the back end and be ready to go than having to walk through the mud, because you're just going to be chin strapped before you even get to shoot. That's my opinion.
Tim, you've ordered more more Brits. Waypoint.
Yeah, thanks very much, Stormer. Hi, Tim, everybody, Gunny. Yeah, Yompins have been walking, stroking, hiking. I did a little bit myself. I didn't actually do that much because I was Army Air Corps. So it was only at times that I actually went with other troops. But my father was a para, my brother a Marine. My brother basically trained in Livingston. He actually got shin splints. Now, he got the shin splints because he was small, the same as me, 5'7", and he was walking with guys that were like 6'2". And stretching your legs out and get shin splints. If anybody's had shin splints, which I have actually had through hiking myself, it's quite a nasty piece of work. where when you get them, you basically, the only thing you can do is rest, because if you take ibuprofen or something, you just make them worse, and you'll become so excruciating that you can't even walk, you can hardly stand. And that's a big problem. My dad was in the Falklands too, Para. Now, Gunny was right. Now, what happened with the guards? A lot of the guards, they weren't used to doing 40-click yomps tabs like the Marines and the Paras did very regularly, and they had a lot of guys that ended up coming out with shin splints, because you've got the smaller guys, they're stretching out their legs, the boots aren't quite tight enough, and all sorts like this, and then when they get these shin splints, they're basically out of the equation. You just can't keep on going. I mean, you want to keep on going, and you don't want to let the guys down. Eventually, you've got to. You can't carry on. It's as simple as that, because you will end up well, if you Google into shin splints, you'll see exactly what it is, and it's quite a nasty piece of work, very, very painful. And that's one of the big things. Now, I know the Marines and the Paras still do it. I don't know anybody else whether they still do any yompins having or anything like that with weight on their backs. The boots actually changed after the Falklands because of things like shin splints, because they realised the other boots were far too low down on their ankles, and other people started, like Marines and stuff like that, started wearing things like Scarpa boots that had a bit more padding underneath, a bit more suspension, held better on the foot, were more breathable, and all sorts of stuff like this. And the technology with things like boots and the socks you wear, changing your socks and all sorts of stuff like this. We've talked about cold weather tactics and hygiene and all sorts of. This really plays when you're doing things like tabbing, yomping, hiking. It plays a massive role. What boots you've got on, what pace you're going at, what's your stride, and all sorts of stuff like this. And it's extremely dangerous, especially with lads like these lads that are definitely not used to it. And they could end up having quite a good 20% could actually fall down. They start trying to push them to the limit, doing something like tabbing or yomping or anything like that. And they could end up having a lot of guys that would fall out. And if they fall out, they'll be out for 6 months. My brother he had to go back 6 months himself in basic training. So, I mean, I was only a young lad then, and so I learned all about shin splints and what not to do, and all this sort of stuff. And that's one of the reasons why nowadays they don't do as much as they used to, as far as I know. They calmed it down, doing so much, and obviously, like I said, the footwork started changing, and even the socks you wear, you've got to be careful. More wool in the socks, and not wearing any sort of crap that you just buy off eBay or something like that, which some lads did, and then they're getting like bloody foot rot and stuff like that if they started doing long walks and having the socks on for a little bit too long, and all wet and sticky and gooey and nice things to be talking about. But I'll step down because you're actually working. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Waypoint. Let me just jump in with Rich wrote to me because he had to jump off, but he asks, can you just correct the record for me regarding the Welsh Guards? Yes, the fitness was in question, but they didn't go in due to pride and wanting glory. They were all that was left after the ship was hit, and they were forced ashore after the unit was already largely decimated to operate as a forward element rather than reinforcements as it was originally intended. So just that for Rich, who had to jump off. Bearded.
Okay, I just wanted to bring together the thoughts of Tim and Gunny. And we talked about building a foundation of capability, and basing these assumptions on what I've experienced. The first thing that happens is you get a training year where you get a grouping together and you learn to fight. Okay, and then you'll deploy somewhere, and the first thing you'll do is go through an in-theatre brief, and then you'll start doing some in-theatre specific training or whatever in preparation for whatever you're doing. So what? So we've got these Ukrainians, they come down the pipeline, they've now gone into, information-wise, as a black hole. Okay, are they now doing their in-theatre briefing and workups and specific to role training? Damn right they are. And having the foundations to build upon from what they've learned, integrating the equipment, doing combined arms stuff, endure, like Gunny said, the brigades tweaking their command and control and their concept of operations. It's all coming together, and it's great that the OPSEC is, from my last point of the night, has been very good.
Thank you very much, Bearded. Tim, I hope you got what you wanted out of this.
I absolutely did. I would say to Waypoint, the long distance tabbing, tabbing in the Army, yomping in the Marines, is something that's emphasized in the modern military curriculum. Nowadays it's one of your annual, or it's part of your annual fitness mat. I think actually completing a loaded march is a mat in its own right. So it's something that every soldier has to do once a year. The distances, I think it's Army, it's forces troops is 6 miles, infantry is 8 miles, and airborne is 10 miles. The airborne one is just disgusting. You have to complete the 8 miles in, I think it's 1 hour and 50 minutes or something like that. And the 6 miles is 1 hour and a half, and the 8 miler is 2 hours, so it's 15-minute miles. And the weight varies as well. So forces troops, it's 15 kilograms. Infantry, it's 20, and airborne, it's 25. I may not be correct about airborne. Needless to say, my own unit decided, despite not being an infantry or an airborne unit, it decided it would do the infantry version and give us slightly more weight to carry. So yeah, it was good Army fun. Yeah, thank you for that. That was very interesting. Gunny.
Yeah, I was bet one night when I was very drunk, but I couldn't do a combat fitness test infantry. So yeah, I did it for the Great South Run. I did it for the Royal Marsden. Silly me. And I did it with 55 pound, and I hit the 8 mile at 150. And then I did a further 2 miles. But for the last mile, I was followed by 2 St John's ambulance paramedics on bicycles because I looked like I was about to die. It's horrendous, and it gave me a real respect for our infantry brethren whose ability to walk distance with that kind of thing never fails to astound me. I was absolutely destroyed at the end of it, to the point where a photographer tried to get a photograph of me lying on the roadway, still in my Bergen, and I told him in quite impolite terms to bugger off, and for someone to help me get the Bergen off, and it took me an hour to walk to the car. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like key, but you know, back to these Ukrainians who've just come out of infantry battle school, etc. Hopefully, they won't need to. I think if we get to the point where they've got to be carrying that kind of weight, probably things have gone a little bit wrong somewhere. But hopefully, with all the Bulldogs that the UK is supplying, plus the Bradleys, plus the CV90s, plus the Humvees, you know, the Dingoes, all of that, hopefully no one's going to have to walk very far. And great, just give them more of that, because it's just tabbing's horrible. I just hated it.
Something I found was that it was less about fitness and more about mentality. Having long legs also kind of helped. But I found the first 2 miles were an absolute nightmare. And once you get the head round the fact that, yes, you're doing this for the next 2 hours, no, you can't go back and have more breakfast. You know, oh, look, it's raining now. Like, once you've processed that in your head, and once your body has got used to the fact that you're walking 15-minute miles, carrying quite a lot of weight, then it becomes a lot easier. So kind of the first half an hour, your shins are killing you. You can't believe the pace you're going. Like, it's how am I going to sustain this? But then some kind of psychological thing clicks in your head, and then you just fall into it, and it just becomes like a routine. I decided for a bit of fun, I would do one of those commando things. I was never commando qualified, but the Royal Marines do this thing, which is it's a 30-mile I think it's a 30-mile march carrying 10 kilograms. So it's a 30-mile march in fighting order. I decided it would be a good idea to pay a small amount of money for the privilege of doing that with a load of ex-Royal Marines. Yeah, that was really, really horrible, and I didn't finish it. Yeah, anyway, thank you for that. I'll pass you back to Doman.
My point.
Yeah, thanks. I actually one time my dad was in Dundee. He was in Centre Relation St Andrews, TA Para, Paul Para, and I actually went out. My old man, before I joined up, I was training, ready to join the army in '88. And my dad said, you know, come out with me if you want. You can see how your fitness is doing. So it was like a 20 mile tab, and he gave me his old Para with a metal frame Bergen, and I put that on my back. I think I had about 10, 15 kilos. And went out on, I think it was about 20 mile we were doing that day, and I went out with them, and I think I couldn't walk for like a month afterwards. I was just so knackered because I just wasn't used to it. I mean, I was a fit lad, but that's completely other thing altogether. What I found was the person who actually started giving the pace, you know, the PTI that was there, you know, left, right, left, and stuff like that. It actually was. I found it always as a morale booster. You know, I actually found far easier and got a real kick when somebody started doing that, and the more they were doing it, the better I was feeling, you know, which actually kept me going. I managed to do it, believe it or not. I mean, at the end of the day, they were TA lads and not, you know, they're part-time soldiers and that, but yeah, it was a hell of an experience, and my old man didn't allow me. He turned around to my brother and said, you can't join the Paras, so you join the Marines, and he said, the other then turned around, you can't join the Para, can't join the Marines, so I went to Army Air Corps, so I started going to helicopters, which was a bit easier. Thank you.
Thank you. What point, Edward?
Yeah, I think just talking about the fitness, I think also Eastern Europeans in general are probably more fit than most of us in the English-speaking world. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but yeah, that's been my experience.
Tim, you've been around both a lot lately. What do you reckon? If you've had a good overview to get a feel developed for that.
Well, certainly people in Ukraine are a lot less fat than you see in Western European countries. You know, like you really notice, and I appreciate that I'm not exactly blameless in this regard. Like, you do notice that Western people are, you know, they do tend to be a bit heavier than Eastern people, and I think there is kind of the there's when it comes to Western fitness culture, Western physical culture, among men, there's a lot more emphasis on muscularity than there is on fitness, and you know, kind of physical ability is kind of almost secondary to aesthetics when it comes to a lot of people in the West. I'm not sure that's true of the gym culture, the kind of essentially Soviet influenced physical culture among people in Eastern Europe. You know, where there was an emphasis on practical movement rather than simply, you know, looking good naked, as valid a goal as that is. And there's also, you know, there's a greater preponderance of physically demanding industries in Eastern Europe as well, right? You know, one of the reasons it was possible to take, you know, during say World War II, one of the reasons it was possible to take a civilian population and make an army out of them in reasonably short order was because the vast majority of working class people, they were working physical jobs. You know, they didn't work in call centers, and you know, they weren't overweight. They were used to moving, and you know, they were in reasonable shape to start with. And I think that's probably still more true in Ukraine than it is in, say, the UK or France or Germany. So, yeah, I would say people in general in Ukraine look like they're in better shape than people generally in the UK, or, you know, I've not really been to another Western country recently. I'd probably include Estonia in that as well. Yeah.
There we go. Chris, very good morning.
Good morning, you all. You've made me you've made me feel sort of like 30 or 40 years younger or something. And now I've puffed out my chest. I'm feeling fit. Like, you know, I feel like I'm the the first time I joined the Navy, I didn't have a clue what I was doing, right? But I just sat there on the bunk with everybody else, wondering what the hell was going on, But I had just done a month on the hell ship Captain Scott, which did prepare me for the for the Navy and that. So I had it probably easier than some people that walked in. The second time, as an officer, when I went in, I was so fit that we used to do, me and my mate Pete, we used to do EMAs, laugh at that, and go off for a cross-country run after. We laughed at EMAs and all the rest of it. We were prepared, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because I have absolutely no doubt that these Ukrainians, right, they didn't go into the training course in the UK unprepared, because I didn't even have the motivation, that they've had. So I'm absolutely sure, and just building on what Tim said there, I'm absolutely sure that they were getting themselves ready to do the training that they were going to do in Britain, or whoever they were going to do it with, and that, right? And boy, I think we're talking about some serious soldiers here to go back to Ukraine and that, and they're going to give the Russians hell, I think, and that. So I have everything that we've seen about the Ukrainians in the couple of offensive that they've done has been brilliant at that. I choose to believe it's going to be brilliant again. And thank you, first of all, I must say thanks to Gunny, because I woke up for this lecture on the meaning of life, the universe, and everything, which is obviously 42, and also also was it M saying what is the source of all evil, and the woman couldn't answer. Very odd. So yeah, it's just been a brilliant morning, guys. I've just been listening here while I've been getting up and malamuting. And the other thing I'll say is that just go off and study D-Day. 4 years in the making, many twists and turns, politics up and down, adjusted at the last minute. Nearly was postponed for a year because of the weather. Yes, yeah. This is just how it is, isn't it? But Slava Ukraini, they're going to kill him.
Slava.
Thank you very much, Chris. I must leave you at this point. So I will leave you with Dermot and Will. I believe we've got a mockers coming up shortly. We've also got Colonel Jeff on the panel, who has been very, very quiet. A very good morning to you, Colonel Jeff. Thank you to everybody who came up. Gunny, it's always nice to talk to you as ever. And I will see you all tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Tim. See you tomorrow. Yeah, nope, never mind. Tell him something, but he's gone. Colonel Jeff, good morning. What would you say?
Good morning.
What would you say? We're now almost 14 months into the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, and in the last 2 months, Ukrainians have taken out half as many radars as in the 12 months combined. Radars, EW, engineering equipment, etc. What does that tell you?
It tells me there's a pretty good fight to make sure that people are taking out eyes and ears, right? The ability to induce ambiguity upon your enemy for what they think is going into the battle space is critically important in modern war, and leaders who are forced into situations of making decisions based on partial information or ambiguity in the battle space often make bad choices. So everybody wants to know what's going on in the battle space. I'm actually fascinated by the notion of OSINT, right? Every dude in the battle space up front in Russia or Ukraine has a camera and a photo, and the people up, that live in the area, they've got internet because, Elon Musk has given them Starlink or whatever the hell network they're on. And so, these guys who are OSINT experts are working overtime, man. They're trying to verify, trying to validate, trying to do all these types of things because the information is not clean like you'd get from an intelligence briefing, right? It's not assessed. It's not. It's raw data. I wouldn't even call it intelligence. I wouldn't even call it information. It's raw data that people are trying to bring forward. So it's the whole thing's fascinating. But I don't know if you saw. Did you see? I got Twitter banned last night, buddy.
What happened? Who were you mean to?
I got Twitter banned. I received emails and was locked out of Twitter. And said, I'm no longer allowed to advertise on Twitter. Not that I ever did advertise on Twitter, but I'm also not allowed to go into Twitter until I complete the tasks that are assigned in my email. And I've actually done that. And I retweeted out the fact that I was banned from Twitter. But yeah, it's breaking news in the life of fish.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I find it somewhat humorous, and I'm trying to find someone who's really good at the whole time capsule internet thing because I'm not able to actually read my whole tweet. But I mean, it was less than 24 years old, or 24 hours old. And it was a tweet that I think most people saw. I compared Russia to ISIS, Al Qaeda, Abu Sayyaf, and the Taliban, saying that they're all terrorist organizations. And then I'm almost positive that I put a link on the tweet to the New York Post article that basically discussed the issue of the soldiers' beheading. And I was denied. I'll tell you what I was kicked out for. Hold on a second. I gotta pull it up. I gotta read it to you. But yeah, I was kicked out for hi, Colonel Jeff. Your account at Jeff Fish has been locked for violating the Twitter rules. You may not share excessively graphic media, severe injuries, torture, etc. Exposure to gratuitous gore can be harmful, especially if the content is posted with intent to delight in cruelty or in sadistic pleasure. Now, I don't dismiss that I posted pictures that had been pixelated and had been, blacked out. But those pictures that I posted were embedded in the New York Post article, which ironically, the New York Post article is still on Twitter. So I have a feeling that the people that I tagged in that tweet that are extremely anti-Ukraine and very pro-Russia, and also are friends of Elon Musk's, I'm suspicious. Can't prove it. I'm suspicious that they didn't like being tagged in that, and they didn't like the tweet, and they don't like the news being going around. So I hope I'm not right. I'm hoping that Elon Musk truly is a free speech advocate, no matter what's happening on either side of the aisle. And by the way, I'm saying this while I'm driving in a Tesla. So let's be very clear. I'm not an anti-Elon dude, right? I'm not never Elon. But I know that the people that he associates with truly do not see things the same way I do on Ukraine. And they may have reached into his organization, said, hey, this dude needs to be blocked and that tweet needs to be taken down. And if that's the case, this completely is now a counterbalance to where Twitter was, right? If you were conservative, you were being banned before. And now if you're posting things that conservatives don't like, now you're being banned. And I pray to God that's not the case. But man, I have a hard time believing that I had mine taken down and the New York Post article gets to stay up. That, to me, that just doesn't make much sense. So I would like to go back and see the whole tweet. I'd like to make sure that I'm not, I could be off the mark, right? I was fairly certain that I posted the New York Post article. I don't think I just posted individual random pictures or the link to the video. So I'm curious. So if anyone knows how to go back in time in the Twitter time or in the Twitter time capsule, I would really welcome someone to DM me an image of what my exact tweet was.
I was gonna say three things to this. Say one, I never get in this sort of trouble. Two, probably best not to post this stuff anyway. It's been made quite clear by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, among others, and for simple respect to the executed, murdered servicemen, that it not be, gazed at too much. And I know it was the same pictures, I'm guessing, as were in the New York Post article anyway. I just would stay away from that anyway. And the third one is, I don't know if looking at everything through the prism of American politics specifically is the best way to look at life. Sometimes that obscures as much as it actually opens. And yes, while Twitter is an American company, and a lot of what goes on is the most influential in the US, it's one of those things. What we observe, we fit it to the mental model we're using, but that mental model might be obscuring much more relevant bits to us because we're reliant on it, if that makes sense. So I don't know if it's just that. I think it's a lot more still. But yeah, welcome back as the most important bit.
I appreciate that, and Doman, I think the world of you, but I'm going to gently push back on that. When Daniel Pearl or Nick Berg were executed by terrorist organizations in the past, if you go listen to Daniel Pearl's wife now, she made it because she was in grief. She got it. She's like, I don't want the videos and images of Daniel Pearl being beheaded online. And then eventually, once the grief period was over, she's like, you know what? I do want that out there. I do want to show how visceral, rude, and completely horrible these people are, and the carnage that they'll levy onto other human beings. The inhumanity of it is critically important. Daniel Berg's family, or Nick Berg's family, by the way, same way. The images that are in the New York Post are actually pixelated. You can't see the soldier's face. So I'm not, if I understand it correctly. So I'm not. I get that. I feel for the family greatly, right? And I listened to the Minister of Defense from Ukraine saying, please don't do that. I respect her request. Actually, it was a deputy minister, right? I respect her request, but by the same token, and I also understand her point. Like, Vladimir Putin is not going to change the Russian military. You're not going to change them, and that's fine. I'm not posting these because I think somehow I'm going to bring around the Russian Ministry of Defense. I'm posting them because there's a large audience on Twitter that are actually supporting Russia in this war, that actually are decent human beings in the United States, misguided albeit, but they believe somehow that, I get Russia's point. They somehow, have a right to Kyiv. They've been there for, centuries before. Ukraine really isn't a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. That is the target audience. That is why I post. And I get it's not always great to see things through a U.S. lens. The vast majority of my followers are Americans, and they do look at things through an American lens. So that's why I posted. So I get your points. I think the world of you, buddy, but I disagree with you on this.
Oh no, I meant about the other stuff, about what's permitted on Twitter and what isn't. That bit through the US lens. To that, I would say one thing I really can't agree with is that 14 months into whole-scale genocide, anybody who still believes the genocider has a point, I don't think of them as a decent human. And I'll leave it at that. But I really don't and can't. That's a bit beyond me.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're in the United States and all you're watching is one-sided media, and you're listening to Tucker Carlson, who intentionally posted a video of Zelensky saying that U.S. service members were going to go serve in the military, when he and his staff completely know that was disingenuous. It was spliced to the point where, Zelensky had made qualifier well before that, and the qualifier was completely omitted. That, somehow you can go, well, yeah, I don't like. I went back and I pulled Donald Trump's 2017 25 references in his national security as to Russia being a threat, Russia being an adversary, and Russia and China. I mean, actually, China's in there too. They're both qualified, right? But I 2017 with respect to Russia being our friend from the national security strategy. He signed, his signature is on the bottom of it in 2017. Did they become nicer? did they become a better player on the world stage? Fuck no, they haven't. Excuse my language. No, they've gotten worse. And somehow now this idiot and the people that follow him are absolutely, when just 5, 6, 7 years ago, he clearly outlined in a almost Did I lose you?
I think
you were a bit
was interrupted.
Austria afflicted. I'll let Will just take over from here.
Yeah, Jeff, I was just going to say, Colonel Jeff, that
A great
welcome to the
point.
club. If you haven't had a 12-hour Twitter ban,
And
you're
then you
not
disappeared.
trying hard enough. I did.
Marcus can't hear you, Will.
Yeah.
Will, you
As
carry
a
on.
listener, I didn't hear Jeff talking. I heard him start to make a point and then disappear.
It's the Austria affliction with the Alps and all. Marcus, can you hear Will just now?
I can, yes. I'm sorry. I talked all over you, Will, because that kind of
Excellent.
girl.
So yeah, Jeff, I think basically you had it right at the first start of what you said, which is, look, you've been in the spaces with other people, and they've kind of wanted to appear reasonable, and they've kind of wanted to appear like your friend, and you tagged a couple of them in a message that had rightfully a copy of another person's message, who the New York Post, who had some pictures that were objectionable, and I reckon one of these couple of people who you reckoned were reasonable and trying to be your friend probably reported you, and you got the instant ban that they get based on the exposure of pictures, even though reality you didn't actually, you just retweeted somebody else's thing, and it's been lifted relatively quick. It's a sort of knee-jerk reaction they take to certain things like death videos and stuff, and you were probably reported. It's like being swatted, only nobody comes and shoots you.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think you're right. But the thing is the only way I got back is I had to delete the tweet, right? So I followed their rules by deleting the tweet. Then I went back and actually cited everything so that I could come back into the space, because if they take away your voice, you actually can't talk. What I wanted to point out was Donald Trump signed it in 2017, and I know that I got cut off, so I'll just make this short. 2017 signed the U.S. National Security Strategy when he was president. In that national security strategy document, which anyone can download, it's the 2017 U.S. National Security Strategy, NSS. It's all over the place, right? Almost every university has it because these are strategic documents. He cites Russia 25 times as an adversary. So I don't know how they're our friend right now. I don't know how 2017 to 2023, what massively and drastically changed to where Russia's actually, come around to actually be the United States' friend and not our enemy or our adversary. I find it absolutely ludicrous, and yet these people follow him. I mean, just a little bit of homework can show you that Donald Trump's being a politician. He's being disingenuous. He's catering and fostering to a base that he's completely somehow convinced that Russia's okay, and they're not. And they weren't, in 2017 when he signed the document, and they're not today.
Well, yeah, I agree. Chris, you've had your hand up for a while. You want to add in on this?
Hi, Will. Morning. Yeah, Colonel Jeff, the fact that you're back in 24 hours, mate, that, you've barely got the badge. That's like a dog watch, as they say in the Navy, and that, so when you've got a 3-month ban, right, then 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 you get a medal and that, you know. But I'm highly surprised. Yeah, no, Gunny's going 100% at that because I don't know how many times he's been banned and that, you know. But it's just, you know, I don't know what it is today. It's a very amusing morning this morning and that, you know, with Gunny's lectures and everything like that, you know. But the fact that you actually got communication, Colonel Jeff, right, with Twitter, well, that's a result in itself, you know. My experience is, you know, that you're just like basically talking to a machine or something like that, you know, and you can't get anywhere until, like me on LinkedIn and that, you know, somebody gave me all of the LinkedIn directors' email addresses and that, you know, which broke through the 3-month ban. But and I also think, you know, I just think it's really, really funny, you know, that Elon Musk like banged on about free speech, right? We absolutely knew that when he got control, all he was going to do was support the Republicans, right? But you know, it was going to be, you know, it's just like fascinating. Oh yeah, so free speech works both ways, right, Elon? Well, no, actually it doesn't, does it, right? You know, it only works one way. If you want to support the Republicans, then you can have free speech. But if you're against the Republicans, if you like, and Trump in particular, then you'll get banned and that, you know. So yes, I just think that's just like absolutely funny, you know, that it like it is sort of like working out both ways and that. I should think, you know, Elon Musk will be tearing his hair out of that because like he thinks he's brilliant. But you know, actually, he's really dumb, you know, or he's shown himself to be really dumb over the years and that. So, you know, anyway, glad you're back, Colonel Jeff. That's the main thing, mate.
Right, let's carry on. Let's go to Slavo Kadini.
Heroim Slava. So yes, about this space. So it was happening a lot past 2 weeks. So, and for me, it was really interesting discovery because I was listening, and big surprise for me that from all the speakers on these bodies of the Elon Musk, there is only few voices that support Ukraine. And Colonel Jeff, like a big, like a fresh voice for me that I heard, and really surprised by this voice because majority of the speakers in this Mario spaces was strong standing against Ukraine. So this is like a not free speech that they like, but like a free speech against Ukraine. And actually they talk a lot on the against United States. So this like for me also another like a strange space, but like a, what they say like a, we don't like United States, we don't like Ukraine, like we don't like anything, don't want to help Ukraine. And this is like a Colonel Jeff and some other people was supporting this fact that like a we need to continue supporting Ukraine. And this is like a this tweet, I think it was just the excuse to like a to maybe punish Colonel Jeff for what he said, but yes, he's like a words, he's like was really strong, and all this like a ignorant people in this space for hours, like before this Colonel Jeff started to speak, they for hours like was strongly arguing that we should not support Ukraine and like we should stop and like completely against Ukraine and like not talking about Ukrainian people. So Colonel Jeff, thank you, because like you like appeared in my like attention that I was like completely surprised. So thank you for this. And Slava Ukraini, Heroim Slava.
Heroim Slava. Thank you very much.
Really, I just want to say thanks. That you know, when you get battered and beaten around and you're a little black and blue, it's always nice to hear someone support you. So I appreciate that. Those are very kind words. Thank you.
Yeah, and I love your work, man. I know you and I would not agree on probably 7 out of 10 things if we were sitting around having a beer. But it's one of the things I've learned on this space is to respect the intelligence of a lot of people who you wouldn't agree with on a lot of issues. And I for one, really appreciate the fact that you've been brought back, and I, you know, carry on with your service, and we should have a beer sometime, and I could show you what I got banned for.
No, well, nobody wants to see that.
No, I look forward to that, man. That'd be awesome. And look, I realize you're probably never going to vote for me. you're right, because I'd be advocating a lot of things you disagree with, but that's okay. I'm a big fan of Abraham Lincoln. I love him. I got a picture of him hanging on my wall, and Abraham Lincoln said a couple things that I really like. Number one, he was never going to lose a friend over politics, whatever the issue was. And I'm the same way. Unless you start calling me names and stuff like that, we can still be friends. And then the other thing was, you gain a lot more by spending. I'm paraphrasing, right? Your time is far more valuably spent actually focusing on efforts where you find common ground than actually berating and suffocating on issues that you're completely vehemently opposed on. And by the way, this is also Don Bacon's kind of, he's a congressional friend of mine. And now actually considered one of the top, and he's in the top 5% of bipartisan cross the aisle kind of worker guys from the University of Georgetown, which is far from a Republican outlet, and the Lugar Foundation. So I'm really proud of him, right? Because he actually says, look, we're not going to talk about abortion because he's not going to find agreement with Democrats. But why don't we focus on things that we actually can agree on? Like let's talk about those things and let's advocate and push those things forward. I'm proud of him for that. I really am.
Yeah, 100% agree. And unless your issue is being pro-genocide, I agree. I agree that's a great approach to life. Doman.
Yeah, that's a simple litmus test there, isn't it? Let us go to Ming before he drops off again, because I don't want to keep having him jump up and down. And we'll go to Rolf after that. Ming, good morning.
Morning, Damon. Thanks for having me out. It looks like Colonel Jeff tagged Mario Nafal and Ian Miles Chong in that tweet. And of those two, Mario just kind of, hosts the spaces, and he's kind of super liberal, all views are valid, but somehow in this space we're going to thrash out the truth of Ukraine or whatever, and it goes nowhere because he just makes no moral judgments whatsoever. Ian Miles Chong is completely different, right? He's one of those actors I'd consider acting who I think is acting in bad faith. He's his timeline is just littered with the most absurd predictions, Ukraine will collapse next week, a year ago, and all the famine and cannibalism and freeze to death over the winter. All those things are in his timeline, and he's associated with RT, Russia Today. So I really, he's the one I just wouldn't have in the space, and he's the one I think probably reported Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, that makes sense there, Ming. Rauf, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Always appreciated talking and listeners in MriyaReport, and I'm very proud and honored almost 1 year part of this community. I want to talk about, it's my opinion, execution by Russian Ukrainian member of Ukraine armed forces. Russia is obviously a terrorist state, and execution of Ukrainian soldiers, it's ISIS style, obviously, and it's not only war crime. It's obviously of genocide war against Ukraine, and Russia planning of to destroy, disappear, map completely, dismantle Ukrainian state. If you are talking about, if you are listening, I heard that of Mario Nafal. This guy is completely, I don't discuss that about, is a fake news, is a spread of fake news. This guy promote against the Iranian revolution, promote against Ukraine, completely fake news, and like this other spaces. important. I repeat that Ukraine help Ukraine now, and I saw that something of strange of Republican associated connected media, your Democratic Party associated media. You look at the Washington Post and New York Times, your Politico, New York Post is calling some of strange and calling for ridiculous about important sitting negotiating table. And last 1 month, China announced some so-called peace plan. I mean, I saw that some of so-called political analysts, is lobbying for China peace plan and pressuring for Zelensky and Biden administration for accepted, Chinese peace plan, because Chinese plan is a good, but and also I didn't understand some of the strange position of Elon Musk. Yes, thanks for him, Elon Musk. Difficult times helping for Ukraine with Starlink, but Elon Musk unfortunately doesn't understand that this war, Russia war against Ukraine, is a genocidal war and Russia of terrorist state. I think that Elon Musk important one-day visit in Ukraine and look at seeing the situation and help Ukraine now. And some political analysts say that Ukraine not capable for liberated of the terror, but Ukrainian people, civil society, and Ukraine army, Ukraine state, Ukraine diaspora in abroad protect own homeland, and Ukrainian people high level, higher than very high level of capable liberated whole Ukraine territory and return 1991 or 1991 territory. That's my opinion. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Heroim Slava. Thank you, Rolf. There's always going to be, detractors. There's always going to be someone who's given, you have until tomorrow to write a 800-word article and have something new. There always has to be something new. But there isn't, frankly, that much new. There's still things that we're talking about, all the things we were talking about March, April last year. All that's been done, right? Axel and I, for example, have been around talking about lots of stuff. Those have been sent. HIMARS are there. Avengers are there. NASAMS are there. Okay, and a few more NASAMS need to come, but we're good on that. Now it's up to stuff, and then the stuff we were talking about during the summer. Leopards, Bradleys, CV90s, either they're there or they're going to be there in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So we're doing well on that. Need more numbers, but we know how this looks like, right? It's always a little bit at first, and then the first ones are used, and then more come, right? More announced more or less straight away. So we see the first Bradleys in battle. Let's wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If there's no more Bradley announcements for 3 weeks, then we can be worried. And now we're waiting for stuff that we started talking about in sort of October, November, right? Announcements for planes. That's the next thing Ukraine needs, because the Ukrainian Air Force is using old jets, and they have only so many of them, and they have only so many hours left on them. There's not a supply of Soviet-type jets. There needs to be training on F-16s, F-18s, whatever, right? Gripens, Mirages, I don't particularly care. Just as long as there's Western planes for which there's parts, missiles, beyond visual range missiles, and plenty of them. Just so they can, keep on going. That's the next thing. And DPICMs, ATACMs, we're still in some stuff that we were on about last summer. But it's getting somewhere, and Ukraine will win, right? We've heard it plenty of times from Ukrainian servicemen that they're going to fight. If they don't have weapons, they're going to fight with knives and forks. If it comes to that, but let's make it easier on them, right? Let's make it easier on them. Give them the stuff that's languishing in depots that isn't going to be used for anything else anyway. come on, let's do it, because it will be so much quicker, so much easier. And there's no point in dragging this out, letting Ukrainian, as Gani calls them, boys and girls die for no reason other than, oh, but we're not quite sure yet. Come on, let's just do it. Somebody, I don't know who wrote this. I'm really sorry, and I will not be attributing this. But somebody yesterday said, you know what, it seems like there's a few people who could be doing stuff who are instead doing the best they can to persuade themselves that Ukraine can't win, or are speaking that into existence. There's a few like that, and there's a few who are paralyzed, and there's a few who are awkward. But I think that I have faith, and I think many Ukrainians have faith. Certainly, many of those Ukrainians in the front lines that we've heard from have faith that, you know, America will come through, the West will come through, Europe will come through for Ukraine. And yes, it will come a few months later than it could have, but it will come, and Ukraine will win. Slava Ukraini. Go ahead.
Героям слава. Very, very strong speech. Thank you, Doman. So yes, in this 1 year, a lot of the changes happened, and a lot of the good changes happened to the side of Ukraine. Support is still strong, and with all this that I was heard, like in these strange spaces where was colonel trying to defend the side of Ukraine, it was really like a strong indication, because that support for Ukraine is going to be continuing, and all these big spaces that going against Ukraine, they are just like indications that Russia is losing, and maybe someone is paying for them to staying against Ukraine, but it's not working. So like what I'm seeing, Russia is losing, and in this 1 year, like support for Ukraine is going to be even rising. Like I think, if I'm not wrong, this land lease from United States still not started, but it's coming. But what I'm hearing, like this begging for negotiations is continuing from Russian side, and this like I hear from all this like different places. But no, Ukraine's strong, continue fighting. So another year, Ukraine is closer to the victory. More and more people understand this, that like a more support and peace for Ukraine and for the world comes faster, because faster we win, peace will come faster. And like I think today is a year when this Russian warship was sent to go fuck themselves, and like I think it 1 year they sink, Moscow warship sink. So it's like a good day to celebrate that we are closer to the victory. So thank you. Slava Ukraini.
100%. Yeah, it was it got recommissioned as a submarine. It got recommissioned as a submarine. Edward.
Yeah. I mean, the sinking of the Moskva, that was an incredible day. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how we deal with people who aren't that interested in the war in Ukraine, and I don't know how to cut through people's ideas about it, their misgivings. You know, the whole Russian language persecution crap, that's easy to combat. But is there anything else that you guys, like Doman, you would say to someone who's on the fence about the war in Ukraine?
I think it's easy. I think Bruno has an answer as well, but I think it's pretty straightforward. It's like, look, you know, who crossed borders with an army? When did killings start? Right? Who did that? What all did Russia not live up to? Read the text of the Budapest Memorandum. And people say, oh, the Budapest Memorandum says that Britain should have intervened when Russia attacked. No, it doesn't. Actually, it doesn't. But what it does say is what it limits the US, the UK, and Russia from doing. Right? Most of the text is that. Look at all the things that it details there that Russia was doing. Look, go through history. It details that that not just an invasion is prohibited, but also economic warfare, right? Remember the gas wars of 2006-ish? Remember Yushchenko's poisoning? Remember those? This isn't new.
Yeah.
This didn't start in 2014. This started in 2004, maybe before 2004, depending on what all you include, the disputes over the islands in the Kerch Strait. This isn't anything new. The groundwork has been being laid by Russia for this for a long time before 2022, long time before 2014. Those are just the bits that resonated internationally the most. And not to mention, just watch Russian mainline television. It's literally called Russia One. The channel's called Russia One. It is like BBC One is in the US, in the UK. It is like, equivalent ARD One, or it would be in Germany, right? It is the main national broadcaster channel. Listen to what they're saying. They're the mainline propagandists. In 3 days, we will be in Warsaw. We shall nuke London. It's very easy to identify who the genocidal maniacs are. They keep broadcasting it. That's all you need to see. Go to Julia Davis is doing a wonderful job, subtitling that stuff. Go watch that. Go watch that for 3 hours. Just scroll through her feed for 3 hours, and you will know exactly who the genocidal maniacs are, because they keep broadcasting it on the main news channel. I think that's the easiest way, frankly. Now, anybody read Gerasimov's doctrine, see how it applies to what. Read Dr. Biljana Lily's book. She tells you what's up there. No, it's not small. It's not trivial. Colonel, you have your hand shot up immediately. I'm sure you have a good take on this one. What do you want to show people who are still on the fence 14 months into full-scale genocide?
Where does he live?
Edward sounds like an American to me.
Australia, but I grew up in America.
There we go.
I grew up in America.
So he's
He's
all
like you.
right.
Yeah, I came to Australia in '87, Will. I heard you say earlier today that you came here in '86.
Colonel?
Yeah, the reason I ask is, I don't know about Australia. I've been to Sydney and Perth. I love my visits there. I pulled the USS love like 20 times. But the reason I ask is, if you're from America,
He keeps dropping out for me. I don't know, you guys.
Yeah,
Same
it's
for me.
quite. Colonel's afflicted. Colonel, I'm really sorry, but the Alps are playing havoc with your reception again.
I just in case Colonel is mistaken about me, I've been pro-Ukraine since Maidan. I've learned all about it. The guys who painted my house were Ukrainians, and I learned so much about that part of the world from them. So it was, I'm fully on board. I just wanted to find out if there was anything really to cut through, the really dumb people sometimes. I came across a guy who worked on some wealthy Russian's boat in the Mediterranean, and he lost his job because of the sanctions. And I was photographing a wedding, and he was the best man, and I was trying to explain to him, this is Russia's doing. This is, you're witnessing, the second coming of Hitler almost. It's terrible, and he just would not have a bar of it, and I could not say anything complete to cut through his fog. And obviously, clearly, he was close to this Russian guy, thought a lot of him, might have been treated very well, and had lost his job, But it was
tough going.
All right. I'm sure we'll have some thoughts to that. Edward, look, if you see what Russia's done again, go back. It didn't start in 2014. It didn't start at the Maidan. It started way before that. Maybe that's a way. Johannes, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, hi, hello.
How can I
As
help
always,
you today?
yeah, I'm as always. I keep worrying and worrying, and I mean, the thing that I'm worrying about right now is yesterday I heard an interview with a journalist whose name I've forgotten on Democracy Now, which
Oh
was
dear God.
about those Pentagon leaks. And I mean, I haven't seen the documents myself, so I must confess I'm lazy, and I hope that maybe somebody else has had a look at them. And kind of his assessment was that the Pentagon was far less positive on possible outcomes of the war than they are in the public pronouncements. So they were like predicting a stalemate, which would be kind of really an awful thing. So I just wonder whether that's he just picked and he had just been cherry picking the leaks, or maybe that's one of the manipulated parts of the leaked documents, or maybe one cannot say anything about it yet. So I just wonder. I mean, usually I hear you're not very fond of Democracy Now. I guess they do a lot of good work, and as usually they stick to the facts. So, but sometimes, of course, also they have persons on who are less than credible. So I just wonder how to what to make of that.
I just know that they have a proclivity for entertaining tankies, and maybe less so recently, but for a long time they did, and that very much soured me on them. That was good. That's my issue, right? Because I don't really have that much time for tankies. What I was saying is, Johannes, what we've been talking about here is I'm not so sure that a lot of these documents are very credible. There's like Gunny's gone through them a few times. He keeps pointing out stuff. Oh, this isn't consistent with that. This is a bit weird. This is a bit weird. And he's seen a bunch of these documents. And Colonel's seen a bunch of these type of documents in his previous jobs as well. So the form seems a bit off. The other part is, no, we keep hearing, yeah, but this makes sense. This doesn't make sense. The third part is, Johannes, I've not looked at a bunch of these documents. I've looked at a few, and the first ones I've seen were the ones who were clearly photoshopped, and it was very clear to me that they are photoshopped. Moving on, right? And at the time, I thought, oh, this is all nonsense. But then Bellingcat folk came out and said, oh, this is the original. This is the Photoshop. Okay, fine. And then I looked at the ones that were, the quasi-original ones, and I kept reading and thinking, well, there's nothing new here. Like the actual factual information, not assessments, right? But the kind of, this is going here, this is going there, this is where stuff is. I thought, well, why is all of this top secret or whatever? I knew all of this. I knew all of this because it's all public, and all of this was public by the time they originally came out. So it felt to me a little bit like, well, why is this? What's secret on this? I can't find anything secret on this. This could all be, public, frankly. Mine is the assessments, which fine, somebody had to make. But all of the actual factual information that you can kind of, quote unquote, fact check, all of these things all of these things I knew about. I don't know about lots of stuff. I have no clearances. I have no access to anything special except for stuff that comes out truly publicly. And I knew all of it. Now, I'm very engrossed in this, admittedly, but this is kind of a good check, right? Because I'm the ultimate open source. I only know stuff that's really public. And this kind of gives me confidence in speaking about this, because I don't have to hold back at any point, because if I've read it, so have hundreds of thousands of other people. It's fine. I just keep thinking, well, it is what it is. As to their assessments, you can always pick and choose when you have dozens of pages to troll through. But it's kind of what I mentioned earlier. I think some people are persuading themselves into the same sort of thing as they were persuading themselves before February 24th. That Ukraine has no chance; they'll just fail in a few in a few days anyway, or a few weeks. They have no chance. They seem to be operating in that sort of mindset. And I think that mindset already failed. That mindset already was shown to be wrong, to be off anyway. So that's where I'll leave it. Colonel, let's hope your reception is better this time around. Maybe you have some thoughts to that. I'm curious to hear actually. But you've seen these documents. Do they look correct to you, just formatting wise? Do they look correct, like they're authentic? What do you think, Colonel? Because Gunny seems to keep thinking they're not.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Good, perfect. All right, so I'm kind of like you at the beginning, right? I originally came out and I said this is a sideshow. Some of the fonts don't line up. It's clearly these are doctored pieces of paper. The number, the death tolls that are completely wrong on the Russian side and overinflated on the Ukrainian side. So I dismissed these outright and said it's a sideshow. Let's not talk about these things too much. Yes, there was a bunch of information in there that might have actually been correct about, how Ukraine is organized in its forces, right? How many people per battalion, how many battalions per brigade, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, all that stuff might be classified. My God, a year into the war, if Russia doesn't know that information about their enemy yet, they've got bigger issues, right? So those were kind of the chuckly comments I made. I will tell you that I've started looking at some more, and there are more tranches that keep coming out, right? So while I was a little, I'm growing more and more concerned about some of the things that are coming out. I find it, I'm the reality of these documents is getting better and better. And I don't know if that's because whoever's leaking them actually is doing less doctoring or is getting better or whatever it is. But these documents do look real, and there's some very concerning issues. I saw Dr. Hoffman's post where a Russian pilot misunderstood what his ground control intercept controller said, and he actually fired on an RC-135. He fired a missile at an RC-135 that was flying in open airspace, international airspace, and thank God. Now again, this is what Dr. Hoffman has read, and I'm quoting his tweet. I have not read it, not looked at but I mean, if he believes it, and he's a professor of information strategy and information operations at a university, I'm going to kind of go with him, right? He's a buddy. I'm going with him. Thank God the missile failed. I mean, dear God, how do you mistakenly launch a missile off of an airplane? It's freaking unbelievably how unprofessional the Russian military is, the Russian Air Force anyway.
I think that tells us a lot, though, right? Let's assume it's true. Let's assume it's all true. That tells us an awful lot about the force quality when the best trained bit of the Russian military does that, right? I think that's instructive. Now imagine everybody else, and this is where I reckon we probably have a bit of an I probably still have a bit of an overestimation, and it is good to not underestimate the other side, right? But I think it's really difficult to shake the systematic overestimation of Russian force quality. And yes, it's varied, and yes, there are better and worse bits, undoubtedly. But I just think that the 90th percentile of their forces is probably far worse than we think that we have to assume that the 50th percentile is. And I think that fancy pants.
Hello, Doman. I think you're secretly meeting Colonel Jeff and also on the way through the Alps, because I heard you choppy as well intermittently. I don't know why.
That's my fault. Go on, fancy pants.
No, we got you there. There is something going on between the two of you in the Alps. I'm in Austria. Why you don't invite me? I feel excluded. Anyways, so the only thing that about the leaks that really concerns me, to be honest, is that it just seems to confirm that the West is doing too little of support. That's what concerns me. Yeah. So it just confirms actually stuff, as you said, a lot of stuff that we knew it already confirms. Besides the this, I think, rivet joint incidents, but besides that, most of it just seems to be confirming that too little is to be done, is being done.
Yeah, and by the way, the one thing that because I want to jump on it, because Fancy Pants makes a good point, and I would also say that's interesting that's what's not being released, right? I mean, how many times have we heard operationally F-16s would be of no value and be of no significance and would provide no support in this from politicians and people who I don't necessarily agree with, and yet where's the class? I mean, if you're going to leak classified documents in Russia, you'd really think that that would be one. If you really don't want F-16s to go, right? And yet there's none of that's out there, right? And I find that absolutely hilarious because I think we all know that F-16s would be a game changer and they would make an impact in the war.
Rauf?
Little remarks about Ukraine-Russia relation. Actually, Russia, more than 30 years, almost trying to meddling Ukraine domestic policy, etc., etc. I remember that rest of peace first Ukraine president Leonid Kravchuk, what's he said? He said that Russia never never. I mean, trying to prevent of economic and political development of Ukraine, and Russia always trying to invade for Ukraine. I mean, not only militarily, politically, etc., etc. And also, I remember that before 20 February, some people said that Kiev after 1 week wall, but we know that after more than years, Ukraine a lot of advantages. But I have a question, Tomen, for you. If I'm from, please correct me, you are from Slovenia and the Balkan region. Do you see any connection of, for example, in the 90s, of genocide Srebrenica and genocide in Mariupol, Bucha, and Irpin? Do you see some similarities this issue? Because 90s Russia also, I mean, support these genocides. I mean, protect. I mean, helping serve genocide against Bosniaks, Croatian, your Kosovan Albans. Thank you.
Yeah, Rauf, totally. I mean, I've said this a few times, right? To me, Putin seems like an awful lot like Slobodan Milosevic, but with a bigger army and nukes. That it's not that different. It's really not that different, you know. People like Arkan, Karadzic, Mladic, you know, they were kind of like Girkin, right? And a bit like Arkan's a little bit like Prigozhin. You know, there's lots of similarities. No question about that. Is it a similar style? Yeah, a lot of it is. It's a similar approach. I mean, let me see what Gunny thinks, because Gunny was deployed off the coast there, in the Adriatic, if I remember correctly. And I wonder how he looks at it, because I look at it much.
So the RAF admitted months ago. So the RAF admitted months ago that a missile was fired by a Russian aircraft that was shot. Right. So just think, a Russian aircraft intercepts a Royal Air Force RC-135 in international airspace, and is ordered by ground control. Right. So because normally they do it by GCI unless it was under control of an AWACS, which kind of would have been monitored by the RC-135 because that's what they do. Right. And then the aircraft took up a position and then attempted a engagement against the RC-135 with what 18, 20 plus crew on board. Missile was launched, right, and the missile failed. And then I am supposed to believe what it was a garbled transmission where the Russian pilot misunderstood understood an order to head off the aircraft in international airspace for engaged contact. Now, look, I'm seriously not buying that. There's circumstantial support to it. A Russian aircraft, combat air patrol was up and a missile was fired. But I think we would have seen quite a robust NATO response if, and bearing in mind, everything would have been recorded. The RC-135, if it was fitted with chaff flares, whatever, would have dumped chaff and flares, would have taken quite heavy evasive action, because at the end of the day, you don't really hang around. Someone pops around at you. You want to try and get out of there. A bit difficult in one of them, but hey ho. And we would have seen a substantial NATO response. Quick reaction force would have been, if it wasn't already up, it would have been launched, and they would have gone tiger fast, whatever you used to call it. My memory's going on that kind of thing. And they would have tried to have interdicted these two Russian aircraft, which probably would have carried on following the RC-135. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Take another one of these leaks. All right, so UK MOD has come out and said that there are serious inaccuracies with the content of the leaks, right? The UK Ministry of Defence has called out these leaks and said there are serious inaccuracies. This is the second thing. The third thing is, okay, NATO have a substantial special forces contingent operating in Ukraine, carrying out both training and support and combat missions. There are 50 SAS, SBS. How he knows that, not quite sure, but only 14 or 15 Americans. What? If there was a substantial SF contingent operating in Ukraine, America's got quite a lot of those types of people with black masking tape across their eyes. I think the American contingent would probably be a lot bigger than the UK one. Doesn't everyone hear? Yet I'm supposed to believe this secret briefing, TS on the map, all right? TS on the map has got the figures right for NATO SF TGs in theatre carrying out various ops. Am I the only one who's just not really seeing reliability here? As I said before, I don't know what the headers are like. I don't know the veracity of the handling or markings at the top, particularly that map page and the ORBAT for the opposing forces. TS, top secret. It's got to have it top secret, top and bottom. Why is that missing? And again, back to why the submarine strength, NATO submarine strength, or US rather, Navy submarine strength, all these kind of things. And look, if I give you a booklet with 50 facts and those facts are absolutely bullshit, why on earth would you take the other 40 at face value? I just don't, just not seeing it. I mean, you know, as you say, Domin, a lot of it was public domain stuff. You can Google Ukrainian Mechanized Brigade TO&E in 10 minutes. But this was part of a top secret briefing. Top secret. Not UK US eyes only. Top secret. Because that sounds rather sexy, doesn't it? But happened to include things like US attack boat strength, things like that. Sorry. And all leaked by a young man by the name of OG, who's a rabid anti-Semite, a gun nut enthusiast, who posts extremely weird stuff on social media, but maintained his security clearance. So, you know, to me, it sounds less and less likely, unless he's a cleaner and he goes and cleans offices, and the clear desk routine in that particular office is so appallingly bad. People are leaving protectively marked material lying around. No, I'm sorry. I'm just not really buying it.
So Kenny, do you reckon it's, you know, somebody kind of mixed stuff together a little bit, enough of the publicly known stuff that it looks believable, it looks good enough for many people to believe it, and then it's just some drivel mixed in on top of the publicly known stuff?
If you want to lie convincingly, the best way to do it is put in nuggets of truth. That's one way to look at it. Has he been pinged already, and he's a conduit for disinformation, and now they just use this person? But why are the newspapers suddenly discovering the source of a very high level leak in the US when the investigating authorities apparently have made no headway? Come on. So some journalist, some newspaper hack who knows someone on Discord who knows this Warhammer modeler has discovered the identity of our secret informant. When in reality, the real leak, the relevant agencies would they'd be all over this, wouldn't they? There'd be a complete news clampdown, and someone would have been lifted by now because there's so many clues to it. I mean, he couldn't have made it easier to find him if he'd photographed him on a table with his fucking utility bill next to it, could he? But apparently it's all gen up. Worst case scenario is actually gen up, and this maniac, this anti-Semite gun nut lunatic has whatever America's called defense vetting, and he's been doing this, and the security procedures, the handling procedures in that office are so appallingly bad. He's had access to all of this stuff, and he's been copying it. If so, I think a lot of NATO allies might be looking across the pond and going, do you know what? I'm not going to tell you as much as we usually do because clearly you can't handle your stuff properly. That's how bad it would be. And that's why, having worked with the US military, I don't think that's the case.
Thank you, Gunny. Love it. This is really, really important. All right, let's go on. We have P-Dubs, then Peter S, and then Florian. P-Dubs.
Hey, aloha, everyone. Yeah, I'm just on this. I'm no expert on this Pentagon leaks or anything, but when I look back on the kind of the history over the past year, the numbers are incredibly consistent throughout the year. And then these Pentagon leak papers come out with something completely different. And that just seems a bit odd to me that like the leaked, like after a year of fighting and constantly revised casualty and death numbers that have, there's different estimates on both sides, but they've been consistently going up on all sides. And to claim, that these numbers are, half what they actually are or worse, it just seems it's outrageous. Like it definitely, seems like a complete fabrication. And then, also calling into question the Pentagon's, honesty regarding its statements regarding this war. Now, I'm no champion of government telling the truth, but the US government, namely the Pentagon, warned for like nearly a year before Russia invaded that Russia would invade, and everybody denied it. And they were the only ones that consistently said that Russia was going to invade. I mean, maybe there were some other countries, but no other major countries were like right on board with America being like, yep, Russia's going to invade. And, the US got pilloried for saying that Russia would invade. The US was warmongers. They were encouraging, that was the Russian propaganda. So it's a bit odd to call into question the one organization. I mean, I know it's the US, and I know you got to always kind of approach what US says with some skepticism, but they've been pretty open and accurate in what they were saying before the war and throughout the war. So it's kind of odd that this like one leaked paper would call all of that for a year and a half into question. It's just a bit odd to me. And yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine the crazy, the thing that just boggles my mind on a kind of slightly different subject is the numbers we're talking about too. Like either way you slice these numbers, even with the fake numbers, Russia's, poor Ukraine has no choice but to fight. But Russia has made the choice to come and invade, and they have lost so many people. I mean, the United States lost 60,000 people in Vietnam over the course of 12 years. Russia is looking at similar losses in a year. Like, I mean, I understand they have more control over their population's, outlook on or opinions on politics. But I wonder how long that is that tenable, like that those types of losses. Like Russia hasn't seen those types of losses. I mean, I guess I'd have to look back on their previous losses in Georgia or in Afghanistan, but I mean, I don't recall them being that large. Like this is a massive loss of life that they've had there, and I can't believe that it's sustainable in a public support. And I understand that Russia doesn't quite work on public support like the U.S. might work on it, but I imagine at some point you lose the popular will of the people at some point, right? I don't know. Maybe somebody else can chime in there on that.
Thank you, Peter. We've had some chatter about this, right? The best comparison was from the start, the Soviet war in Afghanistan through the 80s, over 9 years in Afghanistan, 15,000 dead Soviet soldiers. But the comparison isn't really 15,000, right? Because the Soviet Union had twice the population, 3 times the population of young men because of demographics. So really, you're looking at a third of that. So 5,000 would be the relevant number. I've done the maths at some point. It's basically 300 times the rate, if going by Ukrainian general staff numbers, 300 times the rate of loss of Russian men compared to that war. And it just illustrates how different the zeitgeist it is. I've developed some theories here before of why the Russian domestic propaganda of today is a little bit stronger than Soviet domestic propaganda of the 1980s, but a fundamentally different zeitgeist, a very different time the Russians today live in, and they just don't mind, apparently. And this is what Ukrainians had to go up against. Hence the need for, like Gunny says, IAV is a big deal. The US can spare 1,000 Bradleys. I'm pretty sure the US can spare 1,000 Bradleys right now. Those 1,000 Bradleys would make all the difference, and that's what I'm looking out for. But yeah, that's where you are, and Ukrainians just have to beat them back until they give up and go home. And there's a lot of beating back to be done before that. Peter S. Nope. Okay. Florian.
Yeah. Hi. I'm.
Here you are.
Yeah, I'm through to you now. Sorry about that. Yeah, just quickly talking about Russian pilots. Did you see the pilot who shot down the drone, the USA drone? He was actually awarded a medal for really bad piloting skills, where he could have easily have taken down his own jet. It was just pure luck that he didn't. And the reputation Russian pilots have always had is they like to drink vodka before they fly. I've actually seen that for real. And if you saw the picture of the pilot, I mean, he was what I would classify as a Billy Bunter and not a lean, fit fighter pilot. But that's besides the point. But going on to the
you're saying more cargo than intercept.
Yeah, definitely. I've actually seen a Russian pilot where we were flying into Vilnius, and my boss was picked up by a Russian plane. This is before all this stuff, and the pilot actually stank of booze. The Russian pilot did, who took him on then into Russia from Vilnius. But that's besides the point. What I'm coming to is that I see the release of these documents, whether they're fake or false or whatever, as a positive. I don't see it as a negative, because the biggest threat we have is complacency. And we get complacency in America, we get complacency in Europe. And for America to say, oh, we're worried about whether Ukraine can be successful, there's only one finger to point, and that's not at Ukrainian military or soldiers who are brilliant, way above anybody else, but it's with us not supplying the correct equipment to Ukraine. Where are the F-16s? There should be 50 to 100 of them sitting on the tarmac with trained pilots ready to go. There should be long-range missiles ready to take out launch sites wherever they're coming from. You can't expect Ukraine to fight with one arm behind its back. So if this is a big kick up the backside to say, look, we can't just sit back and think, oh, well, we'll have a little meeting about this, and maybe in a month's time we'll do that. It's costing lives. It's costing Ukrainian lives, and we need to supply. And the West, if they're worried about all this inflation, all these hardships they're now facing in their economies, for God's sake, get this thing finished and done with, and give them everything they need today, not tomorrow. So I see this as positive if it brings the message clearly up to the surface. I mean, we have this biggest ever NATO air exercise in NATO's history coming up on June the 12th. And that kind of indicates something. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Wings for Freedom, all that. Florian, shoot.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, all good.
I have to
carry on, Florian.
Yeah, I'm just entering home. Just let Gunny first speak. Call me up in 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, let's go to Gunny and back to Florian. Gunny.
Yeah, just a quick comment and then a question for Colonel Jeff. I've seen this thing about NATO exercises. Don't read too much into it. We were doing NATO exercises decades, big NATO exercises decades before this kicked off. It used to be things like teamwork, JMCs. Teamwork used to be, and before that, Spring Train, huge exercises in the Atlantic and the Norwegian Sea. So don't read too much into it. These things are pre-programmed. Interestingly, the next CSG, so the next Royal Navy carrier deployment, is going to be a very big maritime exercise that's going to simulate an invasion of Iceland and the recovery of the island. Real red storm rising kind of stuff there. The MOD has released that. It's going to be a very substantial one for us. Probably with another US Marine Corps squadron hopefully embarked on board with 617. But these are exercises. These things are planned a long time in advance. Just a question for Colonel Jeff. Colonel Jeff, right? Black Sea, international airspace, an American RC-135 is unsuccessfully engaged by Russian combat air patrol. What would you expect the US response to be?
Nothing.
Nothing at all. You would just wait a couple of days and then bang out another RC-135, maybe with an escort this time.
Well, I mean, I realize that's kind of a curt answer, and you deserve better than that, so I apologize. But no, so here's the issue, right? We in the United States, for some reason, have a propensity to not want to talk about doing electronic intelligence or doing I hate to say spycraft, but eavesdropping, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? I mean, you and I both know how many missions every freaking day RC-135s, EP-3s, Global Hawks, and all these things are doing. And they're flying in international airspace. They're not doing anything wrong. The electromagnetic spectrum doesn't recognize borders, right? The signals don't just stop at the border and fall to the ground and go, I can't go any farther, which is a wonderful thing for someone who's trying to understand what's going on. So people talking on their cell phones or on radios or over satellite communication systems, they have to realize that these signals travel for a very, very long time. So if we were to point out, I would tell you that there's people in Washington who would say, dudes, we could make a deal. We can make an issue out of this. And we can talk about it, and we can actually start, spinning up some kind of reaction. But there's going to be a lot of public discourse and discord with the whole idea that we're spying, we're eavesdropping, we're doing things that, by the way, every other nation does. So let's not get carried away with ourselves, right? So yeah, there would be some level of a raise in a security posture, and we might fly a couple F-22s alongside the rivet joint for a while, and we might, change the times in which it flies. But if you're looking for some kind of massive PR campaign and blitz from the United States, I would tell you that's not going to happen.
I mean, yeah, I'm quite surprised at that, but I bow to your infinite wisdom. I genuinely thought if there had been an engagement, unsuccessful, but an engagement, there would be more of a kickback. But I still think it was an off-axis missile launch. I'm still sticking with the RAF statement, which was they regard it as an accidental launch, and the aircraft was never the intended target myself. But.
We can always agree to disagree.
Or you can arm wrestle.
I mean,
I'd lose.
I think as long an arms as Gunny once described himself having, I think he can reach all the way to Austria.
Can we like dogfight? Can we get like a video game and actually set ourselves up and P50 every miles and then fight? I think I got a sporting chance in that one.
Yeah, you got War Thunder. Do you know what? You probably could do that, couldn't you?
Oh my. P-dubs.
Yeah, I realize I just talked, so if anyone else needs to go, go ahead. But I kind of had a question,
Go ahead.
like just a bit of a cynical thing here, and bear with me. Is there any sort of cynical reason beyond just politics? Like, is there an actual, like, I don't know, logistical or strategy based reason? And this is from a U.S. America first position type of thing. Is there a reason to mete out weapons slowly to Ukraine? And I mean, definitely at the cost of Ukrainian lives and stuff like that. But is there a reason, some geopolitical strategy that I'm not exactly seeing? I mean, I could see it maybe if you want to couch it in some military industrial sell more weapons type of thing. But is there some sort of reason beyond that the U.S. would mete out weapons slowly in an effort to drain or create some sort of détente with Russia and, quote unquote, bleed them dry type of thing? I don't know who I'm quoting, whatever. Bleed them dry a la, Star Wars and the end of the Cold War, like a repeat of that type of thing. Like, kind of create this like long drawn out thing that it's bad for Ukraine, and, honestly, quite possibly worse for Ukraine than it is for Russia, but it's far worse for Russia than it is for America. You know what I mean? Like, is there a geopolitical reason like America would be acting in its own interest that might, put Ukraine at a disadvantage? Like, there's a reason they wouldn't send over all the F-16s. It doesn't seem like it's just political, because we send over tons of weapons. I mean, that levy's been breached. We've already sent weapons, and now we can send more or less, and we can debate about that. But it's kind of interesting that it seems like there's this consensus that certain weapons would help. Obviously, the Pentagon would make that final decision, or Department of Defense or something, and not just politicians. So is there some sort of reason they would do that anyone can think of? Even just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I don't mind if you really
the more context you add, people miss your question.
Sure,
this is
understand.
yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I'll give it a shot, and I'll say no, not really, not a good one. There are bad reasons, and plenty of things in the world are done for bad reasons. So this is the underlying thrust of all of this, right? There are a few reasons, such as utter and complete paralysis, sometimes, because, oh, but what comes next and what will be blamed for next, right? There's some fear of that. I don't know if that's the reason why, but some communications that are coming out of circles of, let's say, circles of power, decision making, are certainly indicatory of that. There's a lot of worry, oh, but what if Russia collapses? And a resounding defeat at the hands of Ukraine could lead to that. Could be that that's a reason why. It's a bad reason, right? It's a bad reason because there's no way to mete out, droplets of weaponry to the exact degree that Russia gets its medicine, but doesn't collapse in a glorious blaze of infighting and massive civil war, etc. There's fear about that.
I would. I was going to say, I would go on the, whatever the assumption. Let's say that the U.S. does want the Russia to fall. Like, is there a geopolitical reason for meeting out weapons slowly so that Russia does fall? Like, or war, not geopolitical, but like just a war strategy reason. Like, is there some sort of by quote unquote sacrificing Ukrainian lives and sacrificing Ukrainian safety? Does this like more guarantee the winning of the war against Russia at the cost of Ukraine?
No.
No.
There was a hypothesis made, a year ago, pretty much, that if it's done more slowly, then Russia will commit more and more weapons to the fight until all is destroyed, and maybe that would be the logic. That logic is no longer here. They're bringing out T-55s, for Pete's sake, right? At the point when they're bringing out T-55s, they've already committed all the T-90s, T-80s, T-72s they could possibly find. If they're bringing out T-55s, they've already committed all of those to the theater. They're all in theater, or they're completely
does that mean that the strategy worked?
Well,
out stuff?
but then it wouldn't be continuing now. The point is it wouldn't be continuing now. Now they'd be sending, 1,000 Abrams and 1,000 Leopards then, and getting them all destroyed if that were the strategy. So clearly that wasn't the strategy. Do you see what I'm getting at? So clearly it's something else that is the strategy. That's the point. Okay. There's another one. There's another option. One was, get it done. Maybe they want it slowly because of whatever. The other one is, and this is a much more internal one. The individual militaries, and Gunny can explain this far better than I can, say, oh, but we have these requirements. Oh, but we can't send that because we have, people. And this is a very practical thing, and some of it is pretty salient, right? We were already operating at minimum or below minimum equipment levels. We have tasks. You're not redesignating tasks for us. We can't just send all the tanks because everybody loses currency then, and we're not getting it back. And there's a lot of fear, that, oh, if they take all of this stuff from us, then we'll never get it back. What are we doing then afterwards? So that's the other one. Armies and ministries of defense kind of messaging up to the prime ministers, presidents, and so on, saying, look, we can't, because then what happens to us? I think from a strategic perspective, that's the wrong thing to think of, right? But the fact of the matter is that since 1990, most militaries in Europe have been significantly underfunded, significantly shrunken and significantly underfunded, and the prioritization being, let's make all the stuff the best. If anything, if any expenditure was made, it was made for small quantities of best stuff as opposed to large quantities of good stuff, right? And the sizes of the military shrank, and there's a lot of concern around that now. So those are the two reasons: either paralysis of what happens afterwards that we can't control. Because think of this: people who reach high ministerial positions, prime ministers, presidents, ministers of defense, ministers of foreign affairs, people who work with them for them, they're kind of control freaks, aren't they? Otherwise, they wouldn't be minister of whatever, because it takes a certain kind of person to want to be that in the first place. And they're kind of control freaks. They're generally quite smart people, intelligent people, but people who kind of want to know how stuff is going to be done and predict their outcomes and plan for it. And the problem is, this is beyond their scope of what they can plan for, right? It's beyond their scope, because whatever happens in Russia afterwards, a civil war, a bunch of warlords interfighting, a semi-peaceful balkanization, a transfer of power to another's, intelligence services person like Putin, but not quite Putin, maybe somebody else they find in the interim. You can't actually design that from the outside, because it relies far too much on random events and the right guy literally in the right place. If he were 17 meters to the left, it wouldn't happen. If he's 17 meters to the right, it does happen. That kind of stuff is really reliant on that. And they're really panicked about that because they're not used to this sort of stuff. They're used to stuff being done by design and then everything else being an annoyance. And some might be well afraid of blowback. So that's the other problem here. Daniel, what do you think? You think of these things in big picture terms?
Okay, let's try with headphones. Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is fine.
Oh, wow. That is very curious. Okay. I think the biggest caveat we must put here is, first, politicians usually are not the smartest people on the planet. You don't go in the politics because you are extremely good at something. I think it's the biggest caveat, and probably most of the problem is because politicians are weak, incompetent, and make mistakes, huge mistakes. Still, I believe a huge role in decisions is the level of penetration of the Russian inner circle, where my bets are they are totally owned. And I mean totally owned, not like a secretary or some aide. No, I mean even Patrushev, I will not be shocked to be on the CIA payroll. No? Because these things happen. Everybody talk about Schroeder, for example, or that Austrian bitch. Okay? But can you bet is not the reverse course also? Americans buying Russians? Because, if you can for $10 million to get a Russian minister in your pocket, it's a good investment. And well done. Because when the war started, they have all the data, right? Everything. To the data. Everything. They know when the blood bags come to the campaign hospital. It's not something you know. How many operatives do you get? How many satellites you get? You never know such a big level of detail. And they know everything. That is a reality. That feeds the Putin paranoia. And I think it's a continuous pressure, continuous dialogue, continuous talk, not about officials. Like when Secretary of Defense Austin said, he don't pick up the phone for months. Not like that. I mean unofficial, via Hungarian, Turks, Georgians, Swiss. Everybody knows things like that. For example, when Saudi Arabia, how negotiate with Iran? Yeah, Oman, right? Similar thing I think is happening now in Russia. And I think somewhere they play every day. Look, if you don't change this, we will do this. Things we have no idea. Look, we can put on this ship 1,000 Bradleys, your expression. They will be in Donbass in 3 weeks. they have already so many battalions already trained on that. They will crush you. They will humiliate you. They will take hundreds of thousands of prisoners. I don't know. But I think this scenario, these talking points are constant. Because this way the secret services work and cynical politics work. And also, let's be fair. You can be good, open-minded, and empathic to one level. For us, for example, where was the level? When we lose jobs, money, agriculture gets some hits in the grains, you know, everybody's open to discussion until it hits hard home. And I think this is another issue which politicians look very, very closely. It happened also in Poland. And don't tell me Poland is not a great supporter of Ukraine. But how general can be? Because we ask, we pressure, we look at strategic points for next 2 decades and say, why do we need Bundeswehr? Because they don't have any expeditionary force. They don't want to have anything like that. They are defended by Sweden, Denmark in the north, by French in the west, by Poland in the east, and the south are small countries without too much power. But they have a lot of German influence. Why Bundeswehr don't send everything? Logically, right? Logically. You send everything, you don't need it. They are not in a threat. But Swiss army, for example, keep a huge stockpile of weapons, of equipment. What for? They are not problem past 8 years for anyone, but they still have a huge army. This is above my pay grade, but I imagine there are some limits, like you said in second point. I don't know if it's egoistic or if it's lack of vision, but there are limits. And I will tell you something like this. I remember very well artillery officer of Ukraine talking about this stuff. And he said something like this. It's not exactly quote, right? But the idea was something like, we know we will not get everything. We understand why. And we agree with this type of equipment provided by United States and Western allies. And this was before the Leopard, okay? Before Patriot. And he said, I am agree with this idea and I understand the reason. And our countries agree with this point because already we get anything we cannot even imagine 1 year ago. And we will fight and we will defeat the Russians and a slow pace, but we'll defeat them. And this will happen. And he said he is totally aware about this and is agree with the point. So yeah, he's just one officer, but you know, we have a push, a natural one, because we want them to win and to be less people dying, less people suffering. I don't think only about the servicemen. I think about the civilians under occupation in Donbass, in Crimea. I think of them a lot. But also I understand we cannot have magic. We cannot have all what we want. And there are some reasons. And I don't act like a Russian, you know, the state knows better. But I think there are reasons. Something I'm not agree with them. I don't support them, but this doesn't mean there are no reasons. And sometimes, you know, when you look in the arc of history, look at Vietnam, for example. Vietnam was a very, very well talked war, right? There were reasons there. Some were stupid like hell, some were totally, I can say, weird, but reasons. Was reasons there. Even for pullback. This happened. But let's be optimistic a bit. After the Patriot debacle, for me it was the most important joy. 1 month, Polish tell the Germans, send the battery in Ukraine, not in Poland. And Germans said, oh, we cannot do this. It's unreasonable, unacceptable, it's a stupid idea. And in 1 month and a half, the Patriots go with Leopard. And probably nexus like this will be again and again and again. Will be about F-16, attackers, a lot of stuff. And there will be pressure, there will be asking, there will be begging, there will be public relations stunt like, look what Defense Ministry of Ukraine did, right? Painting the plane. Zelensky in Washington, which was a great move. This thing will happen. They will not stay in one point. I don't think it's an anchor like this is the limit, we'll never push forward. This is the Scholz thing, right? Scholz thing saying, oh no this, and everything is happening after. And everyone is imagining, you know, probably was a call. I don't say it wasn't a call, but probably was something like this. The briefing next week was different than the week before. The strategic assessment was different. Look at the news I sent you from Moscow Times, right? They planning banning diamonds. Yeah, you see all these things changing. Credit Suisse saying, you know, it probably will freeze your money, guys. These are evolving constantly. It's not something static. It's not just 2 lines, we go there. And of course, we are impatient. We want these people to leave and stop this war. But until Putin don't make the choice to retreat, it'll be very hard. And probably, I think a lot of bets, a lot of money is put it still not in Ukrainian forces by a lucky shot in Moscow. These are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, and Daniel, this question of, you know, Russia actually quitting, retreating, I think this is something, this is a bit of analysis that's missing often in what comes out of these, you know, exalted circles. Because why not, right? They've sold everything else to their own people. Who cares? They've sold every failure under the sky. Their own people. They can sell this as well. And this is missing as an element of analysis. Now, sometimes Putin has taken too much at his own word, and I think that's a big systematic strategic mistake.
You want to press me to talk about Putin? I watched something more interesting. I watched how things evolve in time. I was very optimistic at this moment. Putin will be dead and the war is over. Very optimistic. I never imagined there will be so much rain after 4 years of drought in Eastern Europe. 4 years when our rivers were almost dry. We have months of raining, like never happened. You cannot go to tanks when land is full of water. In the Russian side, I expected at least some escalation. But let's be fair. First, they isolated very well Prigozhin. That was very smart from them, because Prigozhin will go very centrifugal. Still, 2 days ago, I saw again in Dagestan shootout. Okay? Still, I see in Moscow brawling Central Asians against people from Caucasus. But at this moment, I think they manage smartly. They have experience to crush the opposition. They have a lot of experience. These Russians are good, very, very, very good. Everyone who meets them, know them, they was oppressed by them. No, these are the biggest expertise of the Russians, crushing the dissent. But I'm still optimistic. Still optimistic because I don't see just everybody following the leader. I don't see just, everything is good. I don't see inflation to be well managed. In fact, I see involution and people talking less. Exactly like in Soviet time. In Soviet time, if you go in Romania, for example, because I know my country, right? And you are an American, and start a poll on the street with Romanians and ask them, how is your life? How much you love the Communist Party? How nice is Ceausescu like a leader? I think you don't get the right answer, ever. Ever. And what I can say about Russia this moment are two things which are obvious. There are no arguments there. First, everyone who opened a bit the mouth against the regime, critical, not saying let's kill Putin, everyone is designated like foreign agents, and 99% of them are out of Russia. Second, people don't speak. There are no arguments. There were areas where in Moscow you can talk. I don't know, commercial dissent, problems with some teachers. No, there is no talking in society. Society is totally silent and is no representation. I don't mean Russia one. I mean blogosphere, social media is no more there. And the war is something like a valve. You put all the oppressed sentiments to express positively when you see a war crime. And this is another thing which I can say is violence. Always Russia was a violent society. No matter the regime, even on the silent time, people were extremely aggressive, extremely cynical and violent. And the violence resurgence is from the schools. For us was a big scandal. Some children made it some horrible thing to a teacher in a village. In Russia is total chaos. All the areas, all you can imagine. I read about infanticide, pedophilia, problems, medics killing patients, selling organs. Everything worse you can imagine is happening. So it's total hell. Total hell. And imagine 10 years ago, people give you the impression of Russian society. It was not perfect, it was not good, it was not free society, but was almost in some areas. There are no more. Like I send you that message, to frame the Tatarsky attack on Navalny organization, that is total desperation, but also the need to keep the dissent. Stop. You cannot say about two guys who probably moved some papers around in the party of Navalny. They organized the attack and they are agents of HBU. You must be total moron. But for them, it's very logical. You hit the most well-known political opposition organization, and you destroy it totally. There is some logic there behind. But I'm still optimist. I still think Putin is very, very close to the bullet.
Why didn't he just retire? Like when he was like at the top of the game. He's such a dummy.
Ah,
He had so much.
you see, this is a good question.
I mean, I know why, but I'm just saying. It's like, God, you're so dumb. You're lost.
Do you know?
He could have been like the great Putin that rose Russia up from. You know what I mean? Like that's what his legacy would have been if he had just like gone out in the 2000s.
Why did Putin take over in the first place?
Oh, I mean, I know the whole reason, but it's kind of crazy.
Why? Tell me why. Why did Putin take over in the first place?
I mean, a desire to reunite the USSR.
No. Why was he the one who took over Russia from Yeltsin?
I mean, he was the head of the KGB.
Nope. No, he wasn't. He was never the head of anything. No. He was just a KGB guy. Often.
I thought he was a high up in KGB.
Nope. It was quite high up, but he was never the head. He was the head after Yeltsin made him the head of the FSB. That's later.
Yeah.
Yeltsin made Putin because Putin promised Yeltsin that he wouldn't go after Yeltsin and would let Yeltsin live out his final days. That's why he wouldn't go after Yeltsin. He wouldn't go after Yeltsin's people.
I mean, that's
Yeltsin's
fine.
family. But Putin didn't find anybody whom he trusted like Yeltsin trusted Putin. That's why Putin would never retire. That's why Yeltsin was weird as a kind of semi-autocrat, that he actually gave up power. Look at all the other post-Soviet ones. How many gave up power willingly? Very few. Very, very few. Ukraine was unique.
Yeah,
out
I mean,
of the big
I'm just saying,
post-Soviet countries.
if he didn't have some ideological goal, then it seems
he
like
had a self-preservational goal. That's why.
I understand, but like, you don't think that Russia was changed enough in like the early 2000s or mid 2000s for him to step down and live? No,
God, no.
Like not even step down and leave the country.
No way. No way. No, and Florian can back me up on this one. He's got good insight into it, and we've been missing him.
I'm not doubting. I'm totally believing. I'm just like, it seems like you would have been able to with the
No
amount
way.
of power he had to preserve himself. But if not, okay.
No way. No. That's not how mafia works, right, Florian? That's not how mafia works.
Precisely my comment. Sorry, I was thrown out before. Think about Russia as the mafia. Where can the mafia boss retire? He can only die, either by a bullet or in his bed, but he cannot retire. And this is the whole problem. And this is, by the way, half an hour before you made a comment regarding Serbia. I think it's the same thing. It's a mafia state. In the mafia state, you cannot retire. You find either a new patron, like Yeltsin did, but Yeltsin was also probably not as mean and not as corrupt as Putin is. But the problem is, if you have not built the rule of law, you cannot retire as a politician. All these autocratic countries, they need to die in office, basically, because there's no rule of law. You cannot retire and get on 5 company board seats and have a nice earning like Mr. Schröder and so on, regardless how bad. And that's actually a very, very bad. Prognosis. I mean, who wants to live in a society where you have to govern and suppress your people forever in order to survive? It's actually a quite bad position. I don't want it. I think most people don't want it. So the normal rule of law societies work much better also for the wealthy and the leaders. That's why I never get Mr. Zuckerberg and whoever got very rich in America lives far more secure. But probably it's different people who get rich in Russia than people who get rich in America or in Germany.
Daniel?
The arguments of Florian are extremely good, like yours also. Autocratic regimes don't have patient funds, but is another layer there. Why he doesn't retreat earlier, let's say 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. And I think it's something which people didn't look too much because it's the state of human beings, but it's an evolution. In 2000, with all the bad of him, including the massacre of Chechens, he can have this plan. That's why it was Medvedev put in place. Let's say he doesn't want to retreat, but he at least wants to make a rotation of the leadership. Apparently, let's simulate a democracy, something like that, something like election. But I think his mind was totally changed. And I mean totally changed, not only from the Rose Revolution and Orange Revolution, but was the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring, I think, made him totally madman because he tried to say something like Hillary Clinton is after him. All the opposition manifestations were American plans. And this made him convinced someone is against him and planning to kill him, eliminate him, and destroy Russia. And he saw himself like a messiah who needs to save the Russian people. I think that is embedded in his head. After 2007, 2010, I think this entered very hard in his mind. Also, everyone who know him a bit tells about his nightmare about Ceausescu fate, Gaddafi fate, and Saddam. And I think this may make you like, you know, I killed so many people in Russia, so many dangerous, powerful, and extremely vengeful people. And this cannot allow you to try something like this, even if you are the richest man on the world. And the last one, I think, which destroyed him was COVID. COVID added a total isolation. And in Russia, you need to talk with Russian. They will explain you how bad it was for them. You hear about people in China, in the United States, in Europe, how bad it was. But in Russia, it was a catastrophe, total catastrophe. Something like 500,000 people dead. Economy who had a big blunt. Nobody trusts anything. It's a anti-vaccination society. They don't trust their vaccine. All these things. And he started to disappear at that moment. And I think that imprint is the final nail in the coffin, is everything about himself. And look, I don't know how genuine are the reports about how his personal relationship works. But let's not forget, in the 70s, he has multiple children with various women. His dear, loved young gymnast, who is, let's say, the closest confidant, is not near him. She has a home near his home, but they don't live together. For a man at 70, this makes you very lonely, and your imagination curb the reality. I always said is somehow psychotic, like individual, because when you are separated by everyone, you don't trust almost nobody. It's not about retreat. It's about the order get back. I think it's impossible from him. He cannot order this. He needs to say to himself, I was wrong. People like him or Elon Musk never say, I was wrong. That is the problem with very powerful people. They believe they are Messiah. Great people, never society, institution. All about fate and destiny.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, intellectual humility is a good thing. And also not to mention, unlike the actual world, he's cut off from the internet as well. I think that's an interesting component. But enough about the wanted, indicted, war criminal, genocider maniac, to give him his appropriate title. Florian, I'm sure you can take us somewhere else, or maybe deeper down the Beaver. What is it? Lodge, down the Beaver Lodge.
Just one short comment, and you're right. We should leave the topic of the genocidal war criminal maniac. I think Putin was immediately in a position not to leave because of what he did in Chechnya. People totally forgot the war crimes of Chechnya. What would happen if somebody steps in and Russia gets a more normal society and would start investigate that? And that immediately happened when he took power over. And the other thing is, when he took power over, but people also tend to forget, he went to all the oligarchs and said, give me half of it. So he was immediately in this position as mafia boss and war criminal that created the situation that he can never leave office. I think it was there from day one, totally forgotten. And that's why if you read, for example, the books of Bill Browder, it's very clear how bad it was and how even people on the ground like Mr. Bill Browder got it wrong for quite some time until he was kicked out. It's interesting when you read his book, Red Notice, how sort of how sober he is about his misjudgment of the whole thing and how long it took him to figure this out, because it's very hard to believe that a country is run like a mafia state. I wanted to, before I came up and I was thrown out again because of calls, I wanted to ask something about all this document leaks. I have a question, because Gunny was before arguing it's basically not very credible that it's real information, and maybe it's an information source turned around. I was reading it and I was wondering, when I read this Washington Post article, maybe it's just an imposter syndrome. An imposter is showing off and creating fake documents for his teenage friends in order to get a group of followers he can impress with. Maybe there was some information, but as Gunny has argued, and I think is quite correct, the information seems strange and hard to believe. It's not very credible. But I was wondering, maybe it's far less sinister, and it's just because we have so many people who need to portray who they're not and show off all this whatever Instagram shit we see all the time. And I was wondering if not somebody's just making this up to make himself interesting.
And Gunny left us. Hopefully Gunny will come back soon to talk to this. Could be. Like we went through earlier, right? There's so many bits that are in line with what's publicly known. Could well be. It could be that, they're intentional leaks. I wouldn't be surprised at that. It's a cool story, isn't it? That may be useful in some way, somehow. Could well be. I don't think that's very likely, plausible. I'm not going to engage in any sort of conspiracy theory. But yeah, it's an interesting situation for sure. I saw so many points in there, right, that were just such public knowledge, and I really didn't see an awful lot. And I only looked at 3 or 4 pages of these, and didn't see an awful lot in so many of those that I thought, yeah, this is something secret in these. And it was just a smattering of publicly known facts, then maybe a couple that, like Gunny said, were a bit dubious, maybe, but whatever. And then some light commentary, maybe some very non-specific, non-high quality necessarily assessment. Could well be. Maybe there's some other stuff in there that wasn't. Did you see the news in Washington Post this morning about who was it? It says the man behind the massive leak is a young, charismatic gun enthusiast who shared highly classified documents with a group of far-flung acquaintances searching for companionship amid this isolation of the pandemic. United by their mutual love of guns, military gear, and God, the group of roughly 24, mostly men and boys, formed an invitation-only clubhouse in 2020 on Discord, an online platform popular with gamers. But they paid little attention last year when the man, some called OG, posted a message laden with strange acronyms and jargon. The words were unfamiliar and few people read the long note, one of the members explained. But he revered OG, the elder leader of their tiny tribe, who claimed to know secrets that the government withheld from ordinary people. Whatever. No, it is what it is. It could well be. It's interesting. The question then is, why does such a person have such clearance to be able to get into this? That's a bit of a question. Who knows? And you know, we'll see what happens in the end. I think the underlying point is they were a month old. Everything, all the documentation was a month plus old when it came out. That means it's probably mostly changed by the time that it got to widespread knowledge anyway. I keep thinking that the biggest fallout of this isn't about anything specific written, and there's a few things in there, but the biggest fallout will be the trust again, especially between Ukrainian and American officials. And from what we've heard about Ukrainian, about the Ukrainian military folk gaming stuff through with foreign ones ahead of liberating Kherson, Eastern Kharkiv, they probably got a lot out of that. Just kind of the collective brain power, and for that there has to be absolute trust. And I hope it's not going to affect it, but I think that the worst thing that can come out of this is if it will affect said trust. Aaron, thoughts? Florian?
Yeah, I agree. Most of the stuff you could pick together from publicly known sources, like whatever, how many attack brigades Ukraine is forming, which kit comes, to which degrees has been delivered. This I can figure out all on Twitter. That's why I was wondering, either it's really disinformation, I think that's a good argument, or it's somebody just impressing a group of young people because he has this imposter syndrome. The lack of trust is the biggest problem, I agree. And not even among Ukraine. I think the Ukrainians really know what the US knows and so on. It is rather to countries like South Korea. So South Korea, who's very, very shy with this information, and due to the more secretive Asian cultures, I think that there it will create real troubles in real problems in trusting the US. That's why I think they should fastly find it and either debunk it, completely say this is an imposter doing it on its own, or it's interesting, they cannot come out and say we turned an information source and created this. They have to really think hard about regaining the trust. And the other thing, what strikes me, why can the Washington Post immediately find this and law enforcement is not any further? That struck me also in a way almost strange or hard to believe.
Yeah, it is what it is. I don't give it too much thought. Could well be something to keep all of us busy. Look at this. This is interesting, important. While actual serious stuff happens. No, wouldn't be shocked if it were that. Christopher, sorry. And I never know because it's the display only shows so many letters.
It's all good, man. You can go with Chris as well. It's fine. Yeah, no, I'm just it's interesting, like the speculation over this stuff being either misinformation, disinformation, people trying to dismiss it. I mean, by your own admission, Dom, and you say that it's likely a lot of the things ring true with what's in the open source community. It's very possible, likely that especially the DoD hasn't denied the authenticity of the documents as a whole. They've denied bits of it that anybody with an eye can clearly see have been edited. But yeah, somebody clearly made a unintentional sought to intentionally release this information, or unintentionally, you know, I struggle to think how unintentionally someone could take a picture of a classified document and then share it. So obviously it is a leak, right? So, but you know, I feel like we're oftentimes kind of jumping to conclusions to kind of either save face or paint a better picture of something instead of just like reading it for what it is. And it's clearly a leak. It's clearly, you know, given the response from the DoD, it's not broadly speaking a fake. Again, there are aspects of it that need to be modified because there are two versions of some of these documents. And I think we just kind of need to take things at face value instead of trying to jump onto conclusions about, you know, what it is, what it means. I mean, I agree. I think the biggest fallout from it was this what is the expected kind of increasing lack of trust between the U.S. and its allies, basically, in terms of intelligence sharing. It's not a new thing. We've had this kind of stuff before. But I think one of the more interesting components of it was the assessment that the DoD doesn't have as much information on Ukraine as it does about Russia in terms of what they're planning. Now, this is both good and bad, but it does make you wonder what is the level of alignment, especially when we're talking about furnishing Ukraine with weapons that allegedly they intend to use in the territory of Russia itself. Now, I personally believe that's probably not the worst thing in the world, but obviously it has consequences, ramifications, and in the environment in which you know, all these things, all this transfer of weapons are extremely sensitive, extremely potentially leading us into a bigger and bigger conflict. You know, these are all important things, but I don't think we should necessarily jump to conclusions and say, you know, this is misinformation, this is misleading. Some things we can say that about, for sure, but like to broadly say, you know, these documents as a whole are not helpful, or rather not that are intentionally meant to mislead. You know, yeah, some truth to that, but I think broadly speaking, it seems like they're authentic.
I just think they're not particularly interesting. What's in here that's like really, you know, top line news?
I mean, the fact that the US is spying
they
on
just seem
Ukrainians.
kind of bland. That the US is training
Is
Ukrainians
spying on Ukrainians, allegedly.
But they spy on everyone.
True.
So it's not news. Like, we knew that. I mean, they were spying on Merkel or whatever it was, right? Years ago. That was a scandal. But, you know, they're spying on Merkel. They're spying on everybody else. It's not news.
This is true. I think it speaks to the level of trust, because even though everybody knows that they're being spied on by the US and by the Germans and by the UK, it's another thing to have it come out and then, you know, there's an embarrassment, I think, quality to it. But yeah, no, you're correct. I mean, definitely the US spies on everybody, but it's not just the fact that they're spying on them, so they feel like they need to, because they don't feel like they're getting enough accurate information out of the Ukrainians, which may be a good thing ultimately, because it means, you know, they're keeping mum and they're also, you know, determining their own strategy. But yeah, it just makes you wonder, because a big component of this conflict is the US learning practically how to fight these kinds of conflicts through the Ukrainian experience. So yeah, anyway, it just makes you wonder. There are a couple interesting components to it, but like you're saying, I mean, a lot of the stuff is in the OSINT community. I guess it's more just confirmations.
Yeah, I'll say one thing and then you go to Florian. Really little one. I don't know how much it's mismanaged. Let's assume it's all true. Let's assume these are completely 100% authentic documents. This will be good, I think, when it comes to deliveries of stuff to Ukraine. First of all, I disagree with you that, you know, this conflict can escalate, because there's only one place to go and nobody's going to go there. So it is where it is. But I think the good consequence that can come from this is, especially American DoD, but also some, you know, British ones and so on, saying like, no, we're gonna prove everyone that the content of that document was nonsense. We're gonna send Ukrainians way more stuff now because we have to show that, you know, the document wasn't really true. So let's speak that one into existence. This is now a challenge to the US DoD. 1,000 Bradleys to Ukraine, nice and surreptitiously, but then did we see them in images that there's way too many of them, and this way, you'll show that the document was not all that's made out to be. Florian, what do you think? What do you think of my cure, first of all?
I mean, if the documents are true, let's say, take from Christopher's argument at face value, then there's also another interesting bit in it, that if the Russians really have shot at a British spy plane and the rocket has failed and we didn't do anything about it, it shows again that NATO is trying to avoid the conflict at all costs. The same incident in Poland. I'm not sure if it was really a Ukrainian rocket or a Russian one, but they're downplaying this immediately because they don't want to go down the escalation route. This clearly shows it. And this goes back to your point with the 1,000 Bradleys. We are still self-deterring us all the time with Russia. This is the biggest problem. It constantly keeps up this fear of escalation, and that's why we don't do what's necessary. Even though we have seen so many red lines have been crossed and nothing has happened. Russia is threatening nuclear war basically every second night on its television and nothing has happened, so on and forth. But we're in the self-deterrence mode at extremists, and that's why we're not delivering the stuff as necessary. That's why we're not ending this conflict as quickly as it could be ended, so on and forth. And that's why all Western governments at all costs try to avoid any type of escalatory scenario. And even to the point, if it's true, of denying really bad things in order not to go down this route.
Yeah, these self-limitations by taking Russians at their word far too often, I think that's still really harming the cause, frankly. And I understand it. It's different when you're the guy who's actually making the decision and signing the paper. It does feel different than when you're just kind of talking about what you think that should happen. That's true. Christopher?
Yeah, I mean, seeing as it's a slow news day, maybe we want to kind of jump into this because I keep finding that we flippantly talk about escalation as though it's impossible, and yet clearly there's a non-zero chance that I'm not trying to. It's such a difficult conversation to have, but
okay,
I'm not trying to
Christopher. Yeah. Other than strategic nuclear exchange, what is in between this and that?
There's direct kinetic, non-nuclear, conventional. Yeah, that's one. That's actually the
who would start it?
That was threatened for tactical nuclear weapons was conventionally eliminating a significant portion of Russian forces in operating in the Ukraine theater. Yeah.
Yes. So this is it, right? Russia's not going to launch a conventional strike in America, right? Because they know what's coming if they do.
First strike is unlikely, yeah. Unlikely, but not impossible. But that's not necessarily the next step, right? That is at the end of a whole chain of escalations, misunderstandings.
What are the steps in the chain?
Well, the first one we just mentioned, right? So it would be Russia using either a biological nuclear weapon, some kind of WMD, in the territory of Ukraine. Why would they do that?
Why would they do that?
Great question. So many different reasons.
With what purpose?
I mean, they're one of the few countries that have access to these kinds of weapons. To use them, I mean, when you have these kinds of weapons in your inventory, I think it's pretty tempting not to use them, right? I mean, just kind of turn the argument on its head. Like, if you have outmatched capabilities for some kind of asymmetric strike, then it's very, very tempting not to use that. Yeah, I think one of the few reasons why they haven't gone to that length is because of these threats of the repercussions. But I think, and I don't want to champion the U.S. as like protector of the world, but like were the U.S. not threatening in how they reacted to this, I think it is possible, maybe even more likely, that they would have used it by now. I mean, we can't do counterfactuals.
There's another reason. The real reason is because they're useless.
Well, they're psychologically very useful. I mean,
they're only useful as long as they're not used. Psychologically, they're only useful as long as they're not used.
Well, they were used, right? And psychologically, they
Where?
were the determining factor in the changing of a very entrenched administration that was, getting firebombed way worse than the nuclear casualties. And I think psychologically, it makes a huge difference in the minds of someone who's getting hit by that kind of weapon to say, okay, well, what are we going to do now?
Yes, but what you're missing is the difference in context. The difference in context of the Japanese literally not knowing what to do. The difference in context now, where even the theory that was developed around the so-called tactical nuclear weapon, why are we back on this? But even the theory that was developed around them, do you know what? Look up on Twitter, look up Sovietologist, Edward Geist. He writes on this. And if you look back a few months, he wrote a thread. He basically said, look, this is how it works. This is the sizes. This is what it would do. It would have next to no effect. Forces are not concentrated enough to have an actual battlefield effect. So the whole theory of it would fall flat on its face. And then, then you will have these other things happening. Weapons that were, they weren't used in those. It would be where people are in tunnels or whatever. That would be kind of the more usable case. But I will leave it at that. It's just, it's possible. It's just a bad move. It's so blatantly a bad move for them that's kind of why, there isn't really space for them to go
Ukraine
that
was a bad move?
It's a really, really dumb move. It's dumb enough for even them to know it's dumb, and that's a high standard. Gani, what do you think? Is this something to be afraid of, concerned with?
Yeah, I would be. I think whenever you're talking about an unstable sovereign power with a large inventory of nuclear missiles, look, it annoys me that people go, well, the T-90 tanks are crap, therefore their intercontinental ballistic missiles are crap, right? So that's the first thing, right? Hands up, anyone who's listening who has visited a Russian missile field? Anyone? Anyone been on a Delta IV class submarine? Anyone?
I didn't think anybody was saying any of that is crap.
Okay, so therefore we do not know the how effective these systems are, but we can probably derive ground launch missiles out of the equation completely, even though we know systems like Iskander work. Right, let's just take the submarine force and let's take worst case scenario, 2 Deltas out on patrol. That's what, 12 to 16 missiles. So figure 4 MIRVs per missile, right? That is going to fundamentally change the face of Europe and the US for hundreds of years. Therefore, I expect my elected representatives to tread warily, given a nation state has launched an unsuccessful invasion, and that nation state is led by someone who is clearly 2 rounds short of a full magazine. Right? Now, that is just prudent. So if you game it out, why aren't the West flooding Ukraine with weapon systems in order to finish this quickly? There's got to be a reason. Are we just enjoying the show and we want to slowly drip, bleed Russia dry so that they don't present a threat for the next 20 years? Are we that mercurial, that brutal, that for the sake of realpolitik, we are willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians in order to see a nice, steady degradation of Russian conventional power? Some people would argue, yeah, wouldn't they? They would do. That argument's out there. Are we not doing it because there are certain boundary lines which we and they understand cannot be crossed, and we are wary of the situation escalating beyond a regional war into a much larger conflict? I suspect yes. I kept saying this for months and months and months. Do not think controlling a conventional full-scale fight between the Russians and NATO is something that can be easily controlled. Once these things happen, right, they can grow arms and legs on you very, very quickly. And the thing will expand far and beyond Europe. You're talking engagements from the Norwegian Sea all the way around to the Pacific. All right. So given that, despite the fact that Russian state-controlled media does regularly threaten to unleash the Poseidon nuclear tidal wave, steal Stonehenge, Westminster, yada, 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 I would suggest to you that there is a degree of uncertainty about the stability of the man in charge over the other side. There is undoubtedly going to be intelligence coming in, which we are not party to, which makes Western leaders and NATO as a unit, you know, a little bit wary, and therefore the amount of support that everyone's getting is probably in accordance with that. And I think that's entirely reasonable.
And we're talking about all the stuff that comes before that. You know, how would it? What would need to happen for that chain to get triggered?
Sorry.
And I think that's the real question. In order to have, you know, for it to come to that, something needs to come before that. And what would be the, you know, sensible? And we know they're not, but even within that, what would be the sensible rationale for them to engage in any of the steps that would be required to come to, you know, for U.S.-Russia direct engagement? That's what's always missing.
Well, no, it's not. So let's say, let's say they do an intercept on an RC-135 and kill everyone on board, and there's a stand-up fight between the escorting Typhoons. So let's call it an RF-1, and the RC-135 is killed. Both Russian aircraft are killed. Russian cap comes up, and we end up with a general engagement in the Black Sea temporarily. Might last 10 minutes, might last 30 minutes, don't know. Let's say it escalates from that. So there's a missile strike on a marshalling point for logistics just inside Romania or Poland. In retaliation, NATO launches TLAM, Tomahawk land attack, at concentrations of Russian units in Ukraine. And there's a Storm Shadow strike on the harbour, sinking multiple Russian ships. Can you see what I mean? You can't control these things necessarily. You might be able to, but you might not. And the escalation process would involve Russian strategic bomber forces going after a US carrier group. Maybe a Russian SSGN firing missiles at RAF stations in the UK. TLAM strikes from the Mediterranean from an American submarine against targets. You know, so there is an escalatory ladder. But I don't know. Am I the only one here who thinks really this is not a road that we want to go down unless we absolutely have to? There will be a time and a place when the big hammer is potentially needed, and there are going to be inherently very, very big risks on that. All right, this isn't going to be something that's going to be undertaken lightly. If they need bending over the desk and spanking, there will be a time and a place. But the planning for that and the decision making will take into account that they are, like it or not, a sovereign nuclear power, and they do have the capacity to alter the potential future of human race for many hundreds of years. Now, like it or not, these are the realities. Is this what's stopping us from supplying Ukraine? Well, yeah, I think so. Are we so nasty that we are willing to sacrifice lots of Ukrainians at minimal risk of this escalating? I don't think so. I think there is a willingness amongst certain countries to give more, but there is an acceptance that the dangers associated with that will go up. And is it in everyone's interests, including Ukrainians, for NATO and Russia not to engage in a stand-up conventional conflict, even if it's just for a few days? Yeah, absolutely. It is. You can be bloodthirsty if you want, but I'm saying that as someone who's been in conventional conflict. You don't do it unless you have to. And if you do it, you go balls out. And I mean seriously balls out. We would need to sink stuff in Vladivostok. we would need to start sinking ships from the Red Banner fleet. We would have to start hitting targets in Russia, degrade, denude, hammer their air defenses, and as a nation, watching their radar net disappearing around the perimeter of their country. How are they going to react? We simply don't know. So I think there are lines between the two. And unfortunately, for Ukraine, both sides will hopefully stick within those lines. But there is inherent risk with it. You know,
I agree with all of that, Danny.
Problem.
And oh, lovely. Okay, Axel, host connection problems. Okay, Danny, I agree with all of that. I'll just highlight one point. You said, this comes from Russia engaging with, British, US planes, for example, over the Black Sea. Yeah, I agree. That's how it comes. It would come if Russia would take the move to engage with outside of Ukraine with not Ukrainians. That's where it would come. But the gap that I see, and I agree with you, it's not about slowing it down for this. There's other reasons, right? It wouldn't come for what is delivered to Ukraine for Ukrainians to use within the scope of what already has been expected.
Yeah, Dom, don't forget, there's one factor here that we have to take into account that everyone seems to forget. We are not dealing with a professional military. All right. Supposing a Russian pilot, white ones on the rails, KH-22, and the Russians do low-level approaches on American and UK warships, and accidentally drops that KH-22 and it goes through the side of a US destroyer. Right? We are now in a shooting war, potentially. That's the problem. You are talking about an unprofessional military with kit that